Justice, where are you? Michael and Linda are here.
Love you, Linda.
The world is justice. Will we ever find justice?
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing
Will
"Oh
we
Happy
know
Day."
justice when we see it? To be and down, I lead the way. Hoping justice will win the day. Dictionary clues, finding justice where we can. Join us now, we're on the run. Justice is waiting, we'll see it done.
Be seated for the sound session. Turn up your cell phones, please.
You are in continuation of the case on trial of Commonwealth versus Brian Walsh, criminal indictment 2023-00 Baden. Counsel, please once again identify yourselves.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Conner for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning to the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Ford is on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
And good morning to the defense counsel and to the defendant. Anything anyone needs to raise with me before we bring the jury in?
Yes, just a few housekeeping matters, Your Honor. We entered 5 stipulated exhibits of banking records. And so I'm prepared if you would like those for your own record keeping, but they are up here. They've been stipulated to, and then
They relate to the stipulation from yesterday regarding banking records or something different?
they relate to yesterday's stipulation.
Okay.
So they've just been marked as the next 5 exhibits.
All right. That's fine.
And then
Where does that put us on the exhibits marked for identification? That is, what's the next one?
The next one for ID.
Aye.
These are the new exhibits.
these one is exhibits, Your Honor. So the next exhibit number would be
Thank you for
62.
the clarification. So these five went in for as exhibits, what through what? 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60?
And 61.
And again, Commonwealth, what are they banking records from where?
So 56 is Apple Credit Union. 57 is Barclays / JetBlue credit card. 58 is Leader Bank. 59 is JP Morgan Chase.
Hold on.
Certainly.
I'm caught up, yep.
60 is Liberty Bay Credit Union. 61 is Fidelity.
Okay. So we start on 62 for today,
Yes, Your Honor.
and I for identification today is our starting point. Okay?
And Your Honor, after this interview is finished playing, which is about another 30 minutes, I would ask that the court read in stipulation that's been marked D regarding the Richard Walker email.
All right, can I have that from either the clerk or the court reporter? D for ID. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else from the Commonwealth?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
And from the defense, anything this morning before we bring the jury in?
Just briefly at sidebar, Your Honor.
Sure. Yes, I am.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering.
Morning.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear. All persons having to do with the Honorable Justice, standing for the Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Let's have the call of Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn off your cell phone.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Hope you had a good night. Jurors will start today, as I promised, with the 4 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Have you stayed away from all social media and/or news media? And you all still have open minds? With those 4 questions all answered by in the affirmative by all 16 jurors, we're ready to begin today's work. Witness may be called to the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would recall Harrison Schmidt.
Sir, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, we stopped an interview from January 7th at approximately 1 hour and 2 minutes and 35 seconds in. At this point in time, Your Honor, I'd ask to finish that recording.
You may.
Ms. Gilman?
On the very.
Ms. Gilman, could you make it a little louder?
When was her scheduled flight back?
Tuesday morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know which
Monday
one.
off because of the woman.
Yes, that was the understanding.
Okay. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, you said on Friday 30th, when she landed, she told you that she had at work that she could get to.
She was alluding to things being very busy with stuff on Friday. And she was, I remember her being tired.
Did she book a return flight earlier? Did she change the reservation? Did she book a new one?
I don't see, here's the thing. She sent me the flight coming to Boston, but she never sent me the return flight. All I know is that she told me she had a return flight on the 3rd, but I don't know what time or what that was. I assumed everything was just the way it was, and then she moved the schedule up 2 days, which is not the first time she's done that. I mean, it is the whole thing is a bit. I know it was odd, but considering the last couple months, it wasn't so much that I was like, hey, wait, what's happening? Whereas, I was talking to Jem was like, well, this seems insane. And I was like, well, Jem, these are the things that I've been dealing with over the last couple of months. So it wasn't something that I would be like, well, raise an eyebrow to. I was like, all right, all I did was further confirm that, I got to get to DC with the kids. We got to work this out. It's too much stress on the whole family. And that was the main thing. I just wanted to be together all the time.
Did Anna ever tell you when the return flight was booked, aside from the Tuesday flight?
Say again?
In other words, did she tell you which flight she was booked on the 3rd?
No, but she always took the first or second flight out. And she had said she had already booked flights for January. But we were supposed to talk about that. And then she said, she did say she was changing a flight, but not this flight. She was changing a flight to Martin Luther King Day. So I don't know if she did that or if she didn't, but she was talking about changing that flight. That she was going to come in Thursday night, stay Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and leave Tuesday. And maybe try to leave, maybe say an extra day. So she was offering 4 or 5 days. Which is again, was normal when she said I'm going to take Thanksgiving, like 2 weeks for Thanksgiving, but I'm going to stay 5 days when I come back. And she only stayed for 1 day, and then she was always like, I'm going to have more time. And it seemed like she was having less and less time.
Okay. On New Year's Eve with Jem,
yes.
Was Jem aware that she had to leave in the morning?
No.
Did why do you think that is?
What? I don't know. I mean, Jem, we were probably because we just wanted to. Most likely just to enjoy the time with Jem. He was only here for 4.5 hours or so, and we hadn't seen him in person.
Were you aware that she was leaving the next day?
No, I wasn't. I was aware that she was probably leaving early. Again, the assumption or story in my head was that she was leaving on Monday.
So she was originally planned to leave on Tuesday. You were on the assumption by her leaving early it would be Monday.
Yeah, I had no information otherwise, but I was definitely surprised. I got to go.
Okay. So, what were your plans on New Year's Day?
Yeah, so it was going to do the same stuff. The only difference is that she might have come up with me to see my mother possibly, or we would have, or the whole family would have done something like my, up in Swampscott or somewhere nearby. Because I said I had time, and I don't have to drop my mother off, so we can go see her and get her what she needs, and maybe we could do some stuff. So I was excited about that. I don't know. I didn't bring it up, but she was troubled by whatever happened with Adela. She's like, this can't be my friend. This is 30 minutes before New Year's. And she brought it up, she did bring it up with Jen at the time before.
Okay.
You said you couldn't be a friend?
He texts on New Year's Eve, saying friendship is over or something to that, right?
Yeah.
What did he say?
What did Anna say?
She said, I'm sorry, I appreciate, give a leadership sort of answer, like, I accept, what you're saying. And then he called to leave a message, and then I remember her saying, I'm not going to listen to this. That's actually also put her phone upstairs shortly after. I think she understood it. I think it was, He was saying that, President didn't see me for the holiday season. You're in town, not seeing me in person, often enough. That's not acceptable. I'm here to, support you, take care of you, or whatever it is. So, it was just a bit, I mean, it's not the relationship, I guess, she thought that they were having. He's married to the child, just by the way, and they've known each other for 10 years, so just to give you some background.
Do you know how they met?
Yeah, they worked at the Willard Intercontinental together back in 2012.
That she went and put her phone upstairs after that?
After that, she, let's say it's 10 or 15, and then I remember her putting her phone upstairs because then she came back down without it.
Was, Thomas came down at one point in the home?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Was this before, during, or after Thomas was participating as well?
Oh, yeah, Thomas went to bed at, he went to bed, then he came over at like 9 or 10 or something. I think Anna took a bunch of photos. Jem and I don't have any because she didn't send them to us yet. But I think she sent one to Will Fasto. So that was when, that's when the photo was taken about. So just maybe 10 o'clock or something like that.
You know, her upstairs, she put her phone at that point?
Yeah, on a bedstand.
In your room?
Yeah, or my room now.
The one with the ceiling tile on it?
Yeah. No, yeah, not in the ceiling tiles drawer, on top, yeah.
Makes sense.
But she did seem disturbed by that, which was odd. And she did bring it up, she brought it up to me and Jem at the time. So, I mean, that was something that, not normal, but.
Yeah, you kind of cut us off.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem. You said that the plan for New Year's Day was to take Anna and the kids up to.
Maybe, yeah, that was.
Did you actually have a plan?
No, we didn't have a full-fledged plan at the time, but we had options and stuff. So.
Was the nanny coming over Sunday, the last night? Was that?
No. The nanny was going to come over anyways because I was going to go. I set everything up in advance because I was going to have to go take my mother. So I wanted the nanny there. I didn't know what it was going to look like and what Anna was going to want to do and things like that. So also, if I was going to see my mother, I was going to take the kids somewhere. Then we're going to meet up later. But because I've so little time outside of the house, when I do try to make most of it as a family, get everything done that we said we would do.
You mentioned having options on New Year's.
Yeah, because I had the time to go see my mother, so I was like, we'd go up and we wanted to do something, with her, with the family. We had those options were available to us, which like today they did not be, right? Because I don't have any time.
You guys had an argument after she said she.
No, we didn't have an argument. I was taken by surprise. Not to be crude, but I was in the bathroom, and she came by and said, I have to go to sleep. And I was like, well, hold on. And she's like, I have to get up early, Brian. I have to go tomorrow. And I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. And then she said, I said I have to leave early. I said, I didn't know it was going to be like that early. So, but I did have an argument with her for the Thanksgiving and the Christmas Eve. So I wasn't going to make the same 3 times. I was like, okay. And then she immediately backed it up with like, hey, I'm going to come 4 or 5 days and for Martin Luther King Day, because we were making a new schedule for January and February. I said coming every week is really not good. Is there any way that you could come every other week for more time? So we were working on that when she arrived Friday and Saturday. Talking about that.
If the kids took her phone and did it on her, how would she contact someone for a ride?
If the kids took her phone and hid it, how would she contact someone for a ride? She wouldn't leave I don't think she would leave the house without the phone. But let's say that I'm wrong about that. So sure, she would use my phone, right? But she put Lyft on here. I guess she would download Uber and get it, but I know where my phone was. And, we didn't have this phone at the time. So, there were phones in the house.
She using any iPads potentially?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, she probably would be able to use the iPad to do it. I would not, but she would know. The only thing I saw was one phone, and her laptop. That other iPad that I'm telling you about should be at the DC. She did have a laptop with her, but she programmed all of these.
How did Thomas get his phone?
I think my mother brought it on I forget when we got the phone, because she had to get the phone and, or my mother had it and she was bringing it with the watch and everything, so it probably came here on she probably brought it on the second or something, everything came on the second.
When you didn't have your phone, when you sent those emails, emails?
Yeah.
What were they to again?
So Zach and Daniel, my business partners at Let's, my wife and my mother.
How did you send those emails?
My laptop.
I asked, did you do anything to hurt your wife?
No, I would never do that.
Or does, we all have arguments with one another, spouses, etc. Has that ever escalated to a physical confrontation?
No, sir, no. My wife and I got along very, very well. Hey, the only stress we were having was going together. It's really, I bothered Tracy about it for months. The family doesn't work without my wife. Never hurt my wife. I mean, I loved her, and what would have been, I think about my kids too. She's a wonderful mother on top of being a wonderful wife. And to take that away from that, I mean, I just couldn't even imagine something like that. That's just not, you never do anything to hurt my wife. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with my wife. I'm still going to. And, we were apart because of the job and my legal problems.
Her leaving very early, made me angry.
No, I wasn't angry. I was sad. I got angry about Thanksgiving, and then I realized I was just sad that we're not spending a lot of time together. And she was sad about it too. And it was exhausting for both of us. She was away from the boys. I was always dealing with the boys. But my wife and I were a very good team. We agreed on almost everything. We agreed on I have to get to DC. It just didn't feel like we were the authors of our own lives. So that's why she wrote that on the thing. We have to be the authors of our own lives to make this happen, Brian. We're always working together.
In your mind, where do you think she is right now?
I like a lot of people have said maybe she's at a spa, and she was under a lot of pressure. Doesn't really track with my wife. She loved her job and she loved her family, so she would always be focused on that. And, maybe the country house like in Bella, in Serbia, but I have no idea. I can't. I'm having a hard time with that.
Does she have any other identifications?
She's got a Serbian passport or Serbian international identification cards, one with NIP. I haven't seen her use them recently. I don't even know if the date is on them or the proper date.
Other than Serbia, any other ties internationally in the country she visit, or family or good friends?
She's a language expert. She spent time in college in France. She speaks perfect French, but she doesn't have any family. Or if she has a friend there, I don't know if she's still there, Julianne. But other than that, that would be it. And then we have DC and Boston. I mean,
Your
DC,
sisters in Canada.
sisters in Canada, sure. They're asking for a broader.
You should have international flights. Was she scheduled? It appeared in the newspaper. Not that I ever believe the newspaper, which is why I'm asking you guys. It appeared in the newspaper that she did have reservations to go back to DC on January 3rd.
That makes sense, yeah.
I'm just asking if that's confirmed.
That's our understanding.
Do you know what time?
Something like that,
Plus, they have that one flight, yeah, always.
And that she never changed that.
To our knowledge, it's not canceled.
There is a chatter between JetBlue and her over the last few months. Because when she doesn't call, she does something, they do it online, an online messaging.
Oh, they should probably go to the JetBlue site.
Yeah, they have a chat, yeah. So that's, so she could be doing that and feeding kids or something like that. But but a lot of times she would talk to them and it wouldn't work out, and then she would take a break and then come back. Yeah, so sometimes, I mean, I don't know if it could be like, they're like, we'll just come in and change at the counter, or they're like, I can't do this. And she's always asking for, she had gotten a good status, especially with the card, so I don't know what her deal was, but it's possible that, because she said when I have this, they can make changes at the counter, upgrades at the counter are different, so, yeah, she never called them.
What about like brunch reservations or any brunch plans on New Year's? That's a popular thing.
Not that I know, but Anna was talking about making some, so I don't know if she did it or not. I haven't checked, I haven't looked for anything on Open Data or Resi or anything like that. I could take a look.
Then,
Because last year we went the whole family, we did good brunch. So that is a very normal thing to do.
So normally it's like a bigger scheduled plan for New Year's.
Right, but I mean, this year, things were up in the air.
So, a lot of time outside of the house on New Year's Day. When did you put that request in? Was it the normal Thursday request?
Yeah. No, always Thursday.
Okay.
And the request was from what, from 3 to 9?
3 to 9,
So there wouldn't have been brunch.
No, yeah, we wouldn't have brunch, but it was good.
Would she have gone to brunch without you?
No, well, short of left, no.
I mean, if she were going home on January 3rd, would she have gone out to brunch with other friends or anything?
No way, no. The only time when she was here that she saw someone without me was Rima. And I was only twice, she did that twice, that's the only, everything else we would do together or people would come to the house. The time together was very important for us.
Folks friends in the area that,
Peter Kirby.
do you think we should speak to as far as that Luann wrote well? That she was close with the past?
Peter Kirby, they were in the same leadership school together 3 years ago. And he lives with his wife and John Marshall. They've been calling for support. Jim Mulu, who was here, obviously, family friend, and someone who was, obviously loves Anna very much. Rima Ferrer, she was Anna's mentor, and they were very good friends. Those would be the main ones that I would think of.
I think that's pretty much it for now. I mean, obviously, keeping up the dialogue and back and forth as we're getting close, and follow-up questions. You can imagine,
I might have it here. That's helpful. Yeah, let me get that going. But I think she sent it to me. Could this be it? No.
You obviously have the ability to get your own credit card statements. You want to pull those and for the past week, and that'll help us travel and
Oh.
stop and stuff like that.
Yeah, just check the Chase Freedom. That's the one that I use. Like, I don't use the Capital. The Capital one has been out of commission. It was only in commission for a month or so. Do you have access to the Chase Freedom or?
We gotta jump through a lot of hoops.
Yeah, absolutely. We got it. How much of the Chase Freedom would you like?
Very aggressive.
Oh, okay, so just, okay.
We'll give y'all summer. We'll give y'all, we're not gonna,
That's,
Easier just to, they come in a month.
whatever the last month's statement is, I'm not sure if it's, you know how it is, some of them start December 10th.
If you have any statements, so, virus that comes in.
Yeah, so will I. But I don't think they do anything.
I'm still not.
I have dealt with Anna, she does everything online.
yeah.
Anna's cousin, one of the,
Milan?
land dispute conservator.
Milan, yeah.
Milan, I was gonna ask his name. The
Yeah.
last name?
That's Lubitsch.
Has he ever contacted you?
No.
Um,
I think he does speak English though.
so, you said there was a conflict, is that?
Yeah, there's a terrible conflict. If you speak to Alexandra, she'll know more about it. But since I've known Anna, basically what happened 2 generations ago in Serbia, in Belgrade, Anna's father's mother, so her grandmother, bought a piece of land with her sister or something, and then they had kids, and there's been a land dispute over it because now it's worth a lot of money, and you can build a large building there. And that building, that kind of money in Serbia will change your life. I mean, it's like winning the lottery here. And then they've been fighting over it for many, many years, 20 years ago. They thought they were going to resolve it in 2017. And then things didn't work out. Things went back and forth. And then just this Thanksgiving, they, basically the deal. So they had a deal that it took 15 years to put together. 5 years later, they couldn't perform. They were split.
So aside from that, and the, is there any, business conflicts with properties or with this new job? Is there anybody that would be upset with that?
Yeah, people ask me that same question. I can't think of anyone that would be upset with Anna. I mean, everyone loves Anna. She's wonderful. So, if you see all the texts and emails coming, like, what can we do? Love Anna. I can't think of I can't think of anything like that. Honestly, that would be upgraded to anything like this, especially.
Whether it's her fault or not, like any issues at work that comes up that somebody would be slighted?
Not that I know. I mean, the only people I know are the people that she was working with, and she had a very good working relationship with everybody. No, again, it would be very hard to. No, I wouldn't have a name to give you for that.
Okay. What about you? Any previous business partners, any current partners, anybody that would be, upset with you that would want to try and hurt you in some way?
Well, I mean, we love the guy in LA.
Oh, but there's a civil lawsuit.
Yeah.
A
Well,
civil lawsuit is not the same as wanting to hurt you.
okay. But
There's a civil lawsuit in California. I don't think that reasons any.
okay.
Yeah,
I
I
don't.
understand somebody suing you.
But Anna too.
Trying to hurt your wife is different. Yeah.
Right, but they're suing Anna as well, and then he called Anna during the thing. So I mean, that's the one. That's one person. But I don't think so either. But that would
Give the name just to.
Yeah, was a lot of
Like the gallery.
gallery thing, but he had Ron Rivlin, yeah. But he did call, he called Anna and he brought her into the case.
What did he say you were called?
Well, he sent her threatening email, Facebook text at one point. You know, you stole from me. I know the police and the FBI. Coming to get you, things like that. But that was 6 years ago. And we had, other than when I was arrested, he tried to contact her via Facebook or something, 2018. But we haven't heard from him since.
What was the 18 contact?
2018. I think it was just he was trying to friend her or something like that.
Criminal stuff started.
That's right, when the criminal stuff started. Yeah, but that would be someone who, I mean, certainly I have a different situation. So him and there's Jean and Lee in Korea, but highly unlikely. I mean, he's a son of a billionaire. I don't think he would.
What in Korea?
His name is Jean Lee.
It's not the person involved in it. They're getting restitution and everything.
Also,
The guy is-
Jean could care less. Yeah.
I don't think anything of that would rise to that.
Yeah, same with Arnaud Dubuis.
And besides, they would be pissed at him, not.
Yeah. Ron is the only one that tried to bring us
Chung Lee is and what was the other name you said?
Or the other person who Arnaud Dubuis, who's in Paris. He's a art dealer.
Were they all partners in there?
No, it's all separate situation.
So why separate incidents, like aside from?
Yeah, well, they're similar
They're
separated.
separate incidents, and honestly, I don't think anything about his criminal case would have anything to do with this.
I don't either, but I still want to know.
But those are the names of the players. And Ron was the one who did have contact with my wife and did serve my wife at work.
Okay, but if people have a problem with you or your wife, like those people you want to
Right.
understand that some of those people make it very far-fetched if they have any involvement in this.
Well, definitely Korea and France are pretty, I mean, he's the other guy's in LA, so.
If anyone contacts you or some about it,
We're,
in any like context, really.
We will give you any information that we get.
What was that, a truck was here last night, with, out-of-state place, was that a visitor, or? What time did he arrive last?
Adele, yeah, he was
You
late.
called me.
Yeah, I called you late, so you must have died.
And how long was he here?
10 minutes, 15 minutes. But my mother's saying it was 30. I was trying to,
I don't think so.
I was trying to usher him out quickly. But at one point, he brought Michel Bryant, who was one of Anna's mentors 10 years ago, who I haven't seen in a decade, which is weird. And then I was speaking to James, but he went over and spoke to the kids to Zach, the kids from, but.
I'm hearing a lot, I'm talking with Anna's friends and real mentors and leadership. What exactly is going on with this groups that we got here? It's hard.
Yeah, so how to explain, it was something called Boston Breakthrough Academy, and it was a leadership training program. We formed pretty close relationships there, and we, as I said, we raised a lot of money through our community service projects each, from Loving Spoonfuls, Torch Foundation, things like that. So we've stayed connected. It was more than 3 years ago. I guess I started this month 3 years ago, and Anna graduated in February 3 years ago, so 2020. Well, it's a 4 or 5 month program, and then you get a graduation. And, you said that you've graduated or have a certificate of completion of your of work. So
Okay.
it's not accredited, to be clear.
Adele is a member of that?
He is not, no.
He's not.
But
The guy you brought in with?
James Ryan, no, yeah.
I thought it said.
A mentor from her when she was young at work, yeah.
Okay.
And I had a good, someone that she considered. They, I guess they had spent time together I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago as well.
What is the last time, how much of that, dealership group that you mentioned?
Oh, yeah, it was 3 years ago now.
The
Yeah.
last time she was there.
Part of it, yeah, but we stay in touch.
Okay.
All right.
But, you know, Jen, Melissa, and Peter Kirby, all of them have gone through that training. But if you have any other questions, please let me know.
Appreciate that.
Anything from the pool today?
No.
Very cool.
Okay. It is, 15:36. Sherman.
Your Honor,
Yes.
could the Commonwealth request that identification D is read into the record?
Sure. So George, from time to time, I will read you what are stipulations. They're simply agreements between the parties. I sometimes say they're facts you can take to the bank if the parties agree with it. I'm going to read such a stipulation now, marked for identification as Exhibit D for ID. At 5:18 a.m. on Saturday, January 7th, 2023, Cohasset Police Detective Harrison Schmidt received an email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "We have the so named Anna Walshe with us here. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us, and if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us." Detective Schmidt received a second email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "Here is Anna Walshe. Unless she pay the money we deal, she isn't coming back. Comma. Thanks and good luck." The second email had an image of a woman who was not Anna Walshe, and using an image search, police found the image on iStockPhoto.com under, quote, "kidnapped stock photos," end quote. On January 7th, 2023, police obtained a search warrant for data associated with the account Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com. The search warrant was sent to Google, and investigators learned that the Internet Protocol address, the IP address, with the Richard Walker 9984 email account geolocated to Nigeria, and no IP addresses located in the United States were associated with the account that sent the Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com email. The Commonwealth is not alleging that Brian Walsh sent the Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com email.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Sergeant, a couple questions about that interview. There's mention of an application, Viber. Could you tell us what that is, if you know?
It's a messaging application.
And there's also mentioning of WhatsApp. Do you understand what that is?
Yes, that's also a communication app.
There was mentioning of a person named Abdullah. Do you know his name?
Yes, Dula Almatari,
And what is his relationship to Anna Walsh?
a previous coworker from the hospitality industry.
There was also mention of Peter Kirby. What is his relationship to the Walshes?
A family friend.
During the interview, a dog can be heard barking. Where was the dog located in the home?
In the crates in that sunken in family room.
And you had the opportunity to be at the home a few times between the 4th and the 7th. What issues did you ever have with the dog?
None.
There was also mention of the pool today. What was going on at the pool that day?
During that wide scale search, we had drained the pool to get a better look at it.
Now, after January 6th, when the Cohasset Police Department had a press conference, What happened to your voicemail and email?
I was inundated with messages and tips from the public.
Why is it that your voicemail and email were inundated?
I was the point of contact for any information, so my department email and phone were listed and disseminated to the news and social media.
And was Richard Walker email one of those things that came into you after that press conference?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, could we have what was marked yesterday as Exhibit 44? Sir, do you recognize Exhibit 44?
Yes.
And where is this in relation to the house?
If you're standing in the backyard with the house to your rear, you'd be looking at like the back right corner of the fenced-in portion of the yard. That's the shed.
What's on the other side of the fence?
Neighboring house.
Now, you and Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 47 from yesterday? Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes.
This is the what you said was the missing poster you created?
Correct.
Now, what information? Where did you get the information to create this poster?
I made this on Thursday, so I had the information from the patrol report, the NCIC missing persons form, and the information from the first interview with the defendant.
Thank you. If you could take that down, Ms. Gilman. And when you were speaking to the defendant, what did you learn as far as Anna Walsh's maiden name or prior names?
There was a previous name of a Nip, K-N-I-P-P, and a maiden name of Lubitschek.
Now, after that interview on the 7th, what did you do next as far as your investigation?
We continued to reach out to friends and family, gather more background information.
And on the 8th, what did you do in the morning?
We briefed at Cohasset Police Station a plan to execute a search warrant.
And where were you going to execute the search warrant?
516 CJC Highway.
What time did you have the opportunity to execute the search warrant?
Around 9 a.m.
And so when you executed the search warrant, who was with you?
Myself, I believe Chief Quigley, the day shift for patrol, the state police detectives, crime scene. I believe that was it.
And who was at the house when you executed the search warrant?
The defendant and his children, and Diana Walsh, the mother.
And what did you do with those people in order to execute the search warrant?
We had reached out to Attorney Minor, and she came to the scene, and they all left with Attorney Minor.
Now, did you ever have the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh again on January 8th of 2023?
Yes.
Where did that conversation take place?
Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
And who was present for that conversation?
Attorney Minor, myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor, the defendant, and his children were in the other room.
And have you had the opportunity to review a recording of that?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the defendant's statements in that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will proceed to have this marked as the next exhibit, which today I believe is 62.
Any additional objections beyond the ones I previously heard?
No, Your Honor.
The 1/8/23 audio will be marked and is now in evidence as Exhibit 62. And for the record, for those of you keeping track over there, the jump is as a result of the following. The parties agreed to, and woman I had indicated to the council, now will indicate to you on the record, certain financial records that the parties agreed to have been admitted into evidence, and those records are now in evidence as Exhibits 56, 61, They comprised records from Apple Credit Union, Barclays JetBlue Credit Card, Leader Bank, JP Morgan Chase, Liberty Bank, Bay Credit Union, and Fidelity Records. So, clarifying that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth play Exhibit 62?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
11:13 on Sunday, the 8th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm the detective at Cohasset Police.
Trooper Michael Proctor, Norfolk County DA's office.
David Chico, Cooper, Norfolk DA's office.
Tracy Minor, attorney for Brian Walsh.
So we're here at, I think 244 Gannett Road in Situate. Did you see the time?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. So, yes, the last time we spoke was yesterday, and I think we asked you to give us a good account of where you went when you left your house on the 1st, and you told us that you'd gone to visit your mom, went out, ran a few errands for Whole Foods, CVS, and thank you, ma'am. You told us that the Whole Foods was across from the house, and your mom lives in Paradise Lane, and the CVS was in Baden. Where is which CVS in Baden was it?
No, sorry, maybe it's like, a nail salon that, on 92
What road was that on?
by Kathmandu, coffee shop.
Kathmandu. Okay. And what did you purchase there?
It's probably the alcoholic wipes or the yellow wipes, whatever it's called. I forget what it's called.
Okay, and the method of payment,
Cash, okay.
and the time that you would have been there?
7?
About 7 p.m.?
Yeah, 11.
Okay.
I was looking for, how long for the show.
Okay.
Because,
Well, we know that you got back to Cohasset by 8.
After 11, yes. But
It's not an exact science, but like a general approximation.
Before 7, most likely, it gets dark out, so we're like.
Was it dark when you got there?
Yeah, yeah.
It was. You think it was before 6:30?
I don't.
Okay.
So
So
it could have been at 6:30.
did you go anywhere else other than that CVS and Danny's?
That was the only place that time. And the whole food.
And you went there,
Earlier. Yeah. I've been going to Walgreens. Anytime I go, my mother asks me to get alcohol for the kids. Every week, trying to get some.
And on the 2nd, the only place you went was the press.
It's,
On the 2nd. May I have a look at that? Show, the press. eBay.
You get purchases of vegetables.
Okay. Thank you for getting that together for me. Okay. So obviously there's a lot of electronic devices in your house. You've been kind enough to consent to downloading several of them. One of them being the iPad mini that's Thomas's. Is that right? Now on the previously you told us that Thomas had gotten up on New Year's Eve, spent some time with you, with John and Anna, and then you've gone to bed, right? And that was what, like 10, 10:30, is that correct?
Around there.
Around there.
You can come by the photo that was sent by Anna. You give it a more exact time.
Do you use any other devices in the house?
I use my phone, and Anna and I only use our phones and the, I guess I use everything, but I only use the gold laptop.
The gold laptop? Is that an Apple or?
Everything we have in there is Apple, except Anna's work computer was not Apple.
So again, we downloaded the iPad mini, and you've been fairly consistent in your story, in your account on the morning. You said that Anna gave you a kiss at 6:30 in the morning. So you say that, and then 7:30 you went to make breakfast.
That's correct.
Right. So how do you explain at about 4:54 in the morning, the iPad here, the iPad and he is querying the kind of best ways to dispose of the human body?
54?
In the morning.
I don't, I have no idea.
Thomas is asleep. And
Well,
he's using the iPad.
Thomas is in his room with the iPad. Thomas is usually, I mean, I don't use an iPad, so that's really weird.
He's 6, right?
Yeah,
He's,
he does not have the,
is he the average intelligence for a 6-year-old?
oh, no, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, but 6-year-olds typically, I mean, I have a 4-year-old who's, as a hard, he can't spell his last name.
No,
6 is
exactly.
obviously way more advanced. If you have a 6-year-old who, you know, there's no.
No, obviously not.
Okay. There is dozens of searches in that iPad on the morning of the 1st that ask how to dispose of the human body, how to get blood out of hardwood floors, how to dispose of the body in the trash, how to stop the body from decomposing, and how do you explain that?
I have no idea.
So you're not using that iPad?
No, so, I mean, only to get it for his squeaky meetings.
Okay. Anna left at 6, right?
That's what I believe, yeah.
So throughout the afternoon on the 1st, when Anna is gone, the device continues to query how to get blood stains, does blood remove, does the dishwasher remove blood from a knife, so on and so forth.
These queries continue on January 2nd, 3rd. I saw his number of body under that nature. This time,
It is 11:21, still January 8th, 2023. Turning off important.
Sergeant, after that interview was over, what did you do?
We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
If you could keep your voice up, sir.
Sorry. We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see Mr. Walsh again that day?
Yes,
About what time?
about 4 p.m.
And where was that?
At Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
And what did you do with him at that point in time?
I placed the defendant under arrest.
Now, where was the defendant taken after you placed him under arrest?
The Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see his hands on January 8th and January 9th?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 48, which is file number 7697.
That's one of the previously admitted exhibits from yesterday morning, yes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may publish it.
Sergeant, what is this?
That is a picture of the defendant's thumb.
And if the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 49, which is file number 7701, also previously marked from yesterday, Your Honor. And Sergeant, what is this?
That is the picture of the defendant's thumb, and you can see the blue tile from the booking room floor in the background.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, Sergeant, what did you do on January 9th in this matter?
I went to 300 Forest Street in Peabody
And about what time did you get to 300 Forest Street in Peabody?
around dusk.
And why were you there?
We had collected 2 dumpsters from the apartment complex at 330 Paradise Road. Those were transported to a transfer, like a trash transfer station in Peabody for examination.
And so what were you doing? Well, so when you got to Peabody, about what time was it?
I was right around the beginning of dark.
And who was there?
Myself, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Lieutenant Tully, members of the CERT team, and other troopers.
And Lieutenant Tully, he's with the state police and opposed to Detective Lieutenant Lopes with Cohasset.
Correct.
Okay. And so what were these state troopers doing? Not Lieutenant Tully, but the other ones you just mentioned.
It's a big warehouse with trash lining on the walls. We had dumped the contents of the dumpsters in the warehouse, and we began searching the bags, bag by bag.
And why were you doing? So what would you do with the bags when you searched them bag by bag?
The contents of the bags were opened. It was spread out on the ground. We'd look at the contents, see if it was important. If it was, those were moved to like a tarp or plastic or paper sheeting where they could be documented, photographed, collected as evidence.
If the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 50 from yesterday, Your Honor, which would be file number HAS 7025.
You may.
Sir, directing your attention, what is this?
This is plastic sheeting.
And can you see yourself in this photograph at all?
I can see my feet.
Where are your feet located?
At the top of the frame.
And if you could just tell us like what you're wearing for footwear?
Brown leather boots and gray pants.
And if the Commonwealth could have Exhibit 51, which is file number 6810. So, Sergeant, what are we looking at here as far as the process that you were describing?
So this is right when one of the bags was opened for examination. The contents was dumped out so we could look at it.
And if we could go to Exhibit 52, which is file 6867. Now, what are we looking at here in relation to the previous photograph?
Those are the contents moved to like tarp and plastic and paper sheeting so they could be further examined.
And the boots, do you know what brand those are?
Hunter boots.
And Ms. Gilman, is it possible to zoom in on the white piece of paper underneath the purse? Sergeant, did you see that white piece of paper that night?
I did.
What was that?
That's a COVID-19 vaccination card with the name Anna Walsh on it.
If you could close out of that. Now, Sergeant, did you ever have the opportunity to review financial records in this matter?
Yes.
And you said that you'd been working on that during your investigation, but you've also looked at them since then. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this point in time, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would ask to publish page 6 from Exhibit 56, Apple Credit Union.
You may publish that page, yes.
Thank you.
This is from the Apple Credit Union.
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant, do you see this statement?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
The ending date is January 31st, 2023.
And Sergeant, and Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Sergeant, do you remember what the outstanding balance was on the account?
I believe it was overdrawn by over $800.
And Sergeant, regarding the payments on this account, do they bear any similarity to the other withdrawals on the other months?
Yes.
What's those?
Rockland FCU, that payment was reoccurring. Pepco payments was reoccurring. Leader Bank Online was a reoccurring payment.
And Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 8 from Exhibit 57, the Barclays JetBlue card.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
Statement period ending in January 17th, 2023.
And what was the balance for this statement?
Statement balance as of 1/17/2023 is $2,145.69.
And Ms. Gill, and Your Honor, if we could publish page 10 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, could you go down to the bottom? Sergeant, what did you see as far as activity on this card after December 31st?
None.
Your Honor, may we publish page 4 from Exhibit 58, Leader Bank?
May.
Thank you. Sergeant, do you recognize this statement?
Yes.
What is this for?
This is a mortgage payment for investment property.
And do you see an address associated with it? Towards the bottom.
Yes, the collateral property is a condo at 35A Tudor Street, Unit 35A-5, Lynn, Mass.
Sergeant, in the interviews you had with the defendant, there were discussions of properties. What other properties were there that Anna Walsh or the defendant had access to in Massachusetts?
There were Lynn rental properties.
And if we could close out of this, in Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish page 45 of J.P. Morgan Chase, Exhibit 60. Oh, I'm sorry, Exhibit 59.
Page 40?
45.
Page 45. You may.
Thank you. Sergeant, what is this account?
This is the Chase Freedom Card.
And when is the period ending for this account? Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down just a little? Under opening and closing date, what are those, sir?
The range is October 18th, 2022 to November 17th, 2022.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll up? What was due on the account at that point in time after the November date?
$0.
And with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 47 of the same exhibit.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant, directing your attention to page 47 of the same exhibit, I'd like to ask some questions about October 30th. Do you see that entry on it?
Yes.
What is that state on October 30th?
A United flight was purchased on the 30th for November 23rd, 2022 from airport code IAD to airport code DUB.
What is the date associated with that?
November 23rd, 2022.
The next line down, sir?
Purchased on the same date of October 30th, a Air France flight departing airport code DUB to arriving CDG, and then a connecting flight CDG to BEG.
And the next line after that, sir? Oh, and by the way, what was the date associated with that airline?
That was 11/27/2022.
The next line on October 30th, sir?
A flight from Lufthansa Airlines for the date of December 7th, 2022, leaving BEG to airport code FRA, and then a connecting flight FRA to BOS.
Do you know BOS's airport?
Boston Logan.
Do you know IAD?
IAD is Dulles in Virginia.
What is DUB?
Dublin in Ireland.
What's CDG?
Charles de Gaulle in France.
What's BEG?
Belgrade.
What is FRA?
Frankfurt.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 97 on, one moment. Could the Commonwealth publish page 97 of this same exhibit, Your Honor?
Page 97 of 59.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Within this same exhibit, was there another credit card?
Yes.
And what was this credit card called?
IHG Rewards.
And looking at page 97, what is the balance owed on this credit card?
$2,690.97.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down? What is the closing date for that account?
January 23rd, 2023.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down some more? What is the name on that account?
Anna Walshe.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 25 of Exhibit 60 from Liberty Bay.
You may.
Do you recognize this statement, sir?
Yes.
What is this?
This is a Liberty Bay Credit Union statement ending in January 31st, 2023.
And who's the name on the statement?
Anna Walshe.
And what is the balance on the statement?
$3,388.98.
And do you see those withdrawals on January 3rd and 4th?
Yes.
Do they have any similarities to other withdrawals and other statements within this exhibit?
Yes, the MLS property was reoccurring every 3 months, and the WJ Management and Great North Prop were reoccurring monthly.
If the Commonwealth could publish page 7 of Exhibit 61, Fidelity.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, page 7. Sir, within Fidelity, how many accounts were there?
2.
And do you recognize page 7?
Yes, this is account ending in 5493, a IRA account.
And who's the name on the IRA account?
Anna Walshe.
And what is the date of the investment report?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value at that point in time?
$93,615.82.
And if the Commonwealth finally, Your Honor, could publish page 118 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you. What account is this, sir?
This is an individual investment account ending in 5491 for Anna Walshe.
And what is the investment report date?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value?
$117,719.74.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Your Honor, at this point in time, could the Commonwealth ask that you read in G for identification, another stipulation?
Yes. May I have G, please? I don't need to repeat to you what the stipulation is. I'll just read it now to you. Brian Walshe was arraigned in United States District Court in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walshe pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walshe was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months and restitution of approximately $475,000. In January 2023, Brian Walshe had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walshe was represented by a lawyer at all stages of the federal case.
And I have one last question, Your Honor. Sergeant, what are the closest hardware stores to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
On Route 3A, to the north is Hingham Lumber, about a mile away. And to the south is Abishan Hardware, also in Cohasset, about a mile away.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You may proceed.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Those financial records that were just displayed to the jury, tell us in your own words, what's the significance of those?
It goes to the totality of the circumstances in the investigation. It gives us background and just an understanding
An understanding of what?
of the entire investigation.
Well, what those records show, isn't it, is that there was a lot of automatic payments being made.
Yes,
Those records do not show any withdrawals reportedly by Mr. Brian Walsh, do they?
correct.
And for instance, those records that were related to the Freedom card that you then told the jury about the indication of the flights and you identified DUB as Dublin, where did you get those records?
From Chase Freedom.
Okay. You didn't find those records in the home of Mr. Walsh, did you?
No,
And you didn't find those records then in the possession of Mr. Walsh, did you?
can I explain?
Can you answer the question?
I can.
What is it?
Physically in his possession, no.
And when you were talking and asking Mr. Walsh questions, both on January 4th, January 5th, and later on January 7th, and then on January 8th, he never once told you anything about Anna Walsh being in Dublin, or he was suspecting that she was in Dublin, or anything of the sort.
Correct.
When you were talking to Mr. Walsh back on January 4th and January 5th, he forthrightly told you about the federal case, didn't he?
Yes,
And he told you that it was, I think he used the word integrity. He admitted that this was all his fault, correct?
yes,
And that stipulation that was just read to the jury about the federal case, that was the same case, wasn't it?
correct.
It was about painting fraud involving Warhol paintings that were fraudulent, correct?
Yes,
And as far as you know, and based on your investigation that's gone on for some time now, other than that federal, there's no other federal case. Let me ask you.
I'm not aware of any other federal case.
And it'd be one of the things you would do as the lead detective in this case, to make sure you knew about other pending federal cases or things like that, correct?
Yes,
Let me just ask this. You told us that on January 8th, around 4 p.m., you returned, was it to Attorney Minor's home and placed Mr. Walsh under arrest?
yes,
And it's fair to say that once he was placed under arrest, is it fair to say that he remained in custody?
yes,
And so, just getting to that Richard Walker stipulation, fair to say that one of those ransom notes that we had to hear about, that occurred after Mr. Walsh had been placed into custody, correct?
yes. I believe it was February 10th, the second one I received.
So, even though the stipulation entered into evidence was that everybody agrees that Mr. Walsh had nothing to do with that Richard Walker tip, nonetheless, you knew and the detectives knew
early on in this case, that Richard Walker tip had nothing to do with Mr. Walsh, correct?
That was our understanding.
Okay. Now I want to focus your attention on what we heard on the January 8th interview. By the time you got to Tracy Minor's home, you and your colleagues had done an investigation on what's been referred to as a mini iPad, correct?
Yes.
And that mini iPad was associated with one of the sons, the oldest son, correct?
Correct.
And when you listen to that recording, when you listen to the questions that are posed to Mr. Walsh, and you ask him about that mini pad, his demeanor changed, didn't it?
Yes.
In fact, it's fair to say, isn't it? I don't want to mischaracterize, but he basically he looked and sounded sad, didn't he?
Correct.
Because you were talking to him about his oldest son mini pad, right?
Objection.
Basis? Overrule.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You were talking to him at the time about his oldest son's mini pad, correct?
Correct.
And he basically answered you, I don't know anything about those searches, right?
Correct.
You've learned in your investigation of this case, haven't you, that the searches that you were asking Mr. Walsh about at that time, those searches were not, in fact, conducted on the mini iPad that was associated with his son, correct?
Yes, they were synced to that, but they did not occur on that iPad, is my understanding.
Right. So now your investigation was able to determine that whoever conducted those searches, of course, your investigation revealed that it was Brian Walsh. He never used his young son's mini iPad to conduct any of those searches that we've heard about, correct?
Correct.
And so when you asked him about that mini iPad belonging to his son, his demeanor changed and he looked sad, correct?
Yes. Okay? Yes, sir.
Those two exhibits that were shown, Exhibit 48 and 49, they showed what appeared to be cuts on the hands of Mr. Walsh, correct?
Yes.
You have no idea how those cuts occurred, do you?
Correct.
You don't have any idea when they occurred, do you?
Correct. Well, I do know they occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
I'm sorry?
They occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
Yes, obviously. So let me ask you a couple of questions about some of the things you testified to about yesterday. One of the things you testified to is at some point after going to the home and talking to Mr. Walsh on January 4th, you and I believe it was Detective Lawrence?
Officer Greg Lawrence.
Okay, Lawrence. You went and you surveyed the interior and the exterior of the home.
Yes.
And one of the things that you were doing was, as a trained law enforcement officer, you were looking for anything that might give you a clue or anything suspicious or anything like that.
Correct.
And that's how you're trained.
Yes.
And you're a very competent officer, aren't you?
I think so.
And in this case, you exercised that competency. And when you saw, for instance, that Volvo out in the parking lot, you walked out there and you looked inside the Volvo, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Walsh was with you at the same time?
Yes.
And You made note, and you told this jury about it, you made note that you saw a piece of plastic sheeting lying in the back of that hole, correct?
Yes.
And you even made note of what you described as a seedling that had fallen down into that sheathing.
Yes, that's what I remember.
And eventually that sheathing was eventually seized, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It was eventually seized, it was taken.
That plastic sheeting? Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Was there other plastic sheathing that was subsequently seized?
Yes.
And did that subsequent seized sheathing that matched the sheathing that you observed in the photo?
It looked familiar. I'm not aware of any scientific comparison from one sheeting to the next.
Okay. But I guess it's just fair to say that when you were looking around and you looked at that Volvo, Mr. Walsh didn't keep you from looking inside, did he?
Correct.
The child-proof latches that we heard about yesterday. If we could have Exhibit 34 brought up, photo number 7335. That's that door that you testified to yesterday?
Yes.
That's the door to the basement?
Correct.
The childhood latches are at the top of the door?
Yes.
Anybody can undo those latches as long as they're tall enough to reach them?
I assume with the proper grip strength, yes.
Okay. And so any adult could probably release that plastic latch, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, on the door handle, there was no key lock or anything of the sort preventing somebody from going down into the basement?
I don't recall a key lock on that door.
And when you saw that door for the first time, was it open or shut?
I don't recall.
Okay. We heard some evidence yesterday about a hole in the ceiling in Mr. Walsh's bedroom, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you can take that exhibit down. I apologize. Maybe we could see now Exhibit 29, photograph 7319. Now that's the hole we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that you saw that hole on January 4th, the first time you were taking to the house?
I remember seeing it on the 5th and not being surprised by it.
And all you mean by that is, I could have seen it, but I'm just not sure.
Yes, so I definitely remember it on the 5th, and I remember knowing that the ceiling tile was in the bottom drawer of that bureau or that nightstand. I don't explicitly remember seeing it on the 4th, but I believe I did just because I wasn't surprised by my seeing it on the 5th.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you talk about those ceiling pieces, they were stuffed in a drawer that was right there underneath the hole?
Correct.
And it was Mr. Walsh who showed me where those pieces were?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything on those pieces that raised any suspicion?
No.
It's fair to say that when we look at this exhibit, we can see what sometimes is referred to as ceiling joists.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay, and between the ceiling joists is insulation?
Correct.
And it's as if the insulation is intact, the ceiling joists are intact, but the plaster fell down, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that plaster falls down without any pressure on it, depending on what happened, correct?
Depending on the state of disrepair, possibly.
Okay. You have no idea how that hole occurred, do you?
I believe in one of the audio recordings, the defendant states he goes up there and was walking around.
Okay. But you don't have any idea what he was walking around for.
Correct.
And in fact, in that conversation, the context of that was that that occurred long before January 1st.
That was my presumption.
Presumption based on the context of the conversation?
Yes.
That insulation that we see, is it fair to say that what we're looking at is the paper wrapping that covers the fiberglass that forms the insulation?
Yes, the vapor barrier portion of the insulation.
And is it fair to say, do you know, well, that's a terrible question. Do you know, sir, that the insulation that we're looking at in that exhibit, what color it is when you look at the fiberglass insulation?
I remember it being pink.
And it's a pink color. Now, we saw some photographs of the basement of the Cohasset home, didn't we, yesterday? Correct?
Yes,
And in those photographs, it also showed photographs on the ceiling to the basement, correct?
correct,
And that ceiling also had insulation, correct?
correct,
And that color of that insulation was also pink, correct?
correct.
You talked about going down into the basement, and you saw some bags down there. You recall that?
Yes,
Could we have exhibit number 33, photograph 7343? Well, I got the wrong number. I apologize. Well, I think I'll just ask you questions. I apologize for all that. You went down into the basement.
yes,
Did Mr. Walsh go down in the basement with you?
yes,
You found some bags down there,
I did.
and you didn't open the bags.
Correct.
But you pushed on the bags or touched the bags, didn't you,
Yeah, I manipulated it with my boot.
with your boot? And what did you think was in the bags?
Like a piece of a rug or like carpet sample sized.
Okay, but you didn't look in the bag, correct?
Correct.
But based on your training and experience, you thought it was pieces of rug.
That's what I assumed.
Okay, and this was on January 4th, wasn't it?
It was either the 4th or the 5th.
Okay. Whether it's the 4th or the 5th, there were still bags down there in the basement that may have contained pieces of rug.
Correct.
And Mr. Walsh was right with you when you were using your boot to touch those bags. And using your training and experience, determined that feels like they have rug pieces.
Correct.
And down in that basement, those stairs, they're wood stairs, aren't they?
They are.
And did you notice the very bottom stair to the stairway to the basement? It was cracked or broken.
Not at the time.
And of course, the flooring for that basement that you entered, that was concrete, correct?
Yes.
You were asked some questions both yesterday and today about the pool that is in the rear part of the home in Cohasset, correct?
Yes.
And at one point, you looked at the pool and it had water in it, and then subsequently, it had been drained, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, nothing of any significance was found in that pool, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you would be interested to determine if there was any evidence that a substance like blood had been placed in that pool. That'd be one of the things you'd be curious about,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And after you and your fellow officers had uncovered the searches that we've heard some about, you're aware of a search, aren't you, that was found on the MacBook that talked about something about how you measure blood in a pool or some words to that effect? Are you aware of it?
Yes.
And so there was never anything found of any significance in the pool, was there?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in fact, I think it was, you talked about a canine search in the back area, correct?
Yes.
And that canine is a human scent canine, correct?
It's a patrol and tracking dog.
And it didn't hit on, if that's the proper term, it did not hit on anything in the backyard whatsoever.
I believe the canine was on the outside portion of that fenced-in backyard doing the track.
Okay. it didn't hit on anything significant or related to your investigation of this case?
No.
Now, you walked through the house, you already told us, correct?
Yes.
You walked through it at least twice, one on January 4th and then on January 5th.
Yes.
And you didn't see anything that seemed suspicious, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that, quote, you're sensitive to that, correct? Based on your training and experience.
Yes.
But you well know, don't you, that subsequently, multiple criminals from the Mass State Police then arrived at that house sometime after or on January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And they were there for more than just 2 days, weren't they?
It was more than one day. It went into the second day at least.
And they went over every single room and item in that Cohasset home, didn't they?
That is my presumption.
And so even though when you, as a trained and experienced officer, walked through that house a couple of times and didn't see anything, still there was trained criminalists that came to the house to conduct testing and searching for anything that might be significant, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
There was trained criminalists that came to the house to look for anything that might be significant related to the investigation that was ongoing.
That is correct.
I want to ask you some questions about the media used to message. There's no such thing as something called iMessenger, is there?
I'm familiar with iMessages.
Right.
Like Apple-to-Apple communication.
Right. So my question is rather simple. There's no such thing called iMessenger, correct?
At that direct quote, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And when you were talking to Mr. Walshe on January 4th, he used the term iMessenger, didn't he?
It was either iMessenger or iMessages.
Well, you were asked about that when you testified before the grand jury, weren't you?
I don't recall. Likely.
Well, you recall that at the grand jury, based on a series of questions, you determined and stated in part that when Mr. Walshe was talking about iMessenger, he was really talking about Facebook Messenger.
The context of that portion of the interview did seem as if it was, because we're on the Facebook subject and social media subject.
Okay, and when he was talking to you and saying, well, some messages would come up on his phone that were intended for Anna Walshe, he was talking about, quote, iMessenger. That's the phrase he used, correct?
I believe so.
And then Messenger, once again, has to do with Facebook, correct?
That was my presumption from the context of the conversation.
And so you are unaware, as you sit here today, that there is any forensic evidence that Mr. Walshe ever saw the messages or any messages that may have occurred between Anna Walshe and one person named William Faster, correct?
Can you repeat the wording of that, just so I have it clear?
you are unaware of any forensic evidence that establishes that Mr. Walshe saw iMessages that may have been sent between Anna Walshe and William Fastow.
I don't recall any digital forensics related to what you're describing.
Okay. And in fact, are you aware of the use of Messenger in the context of Facebook?
Yes.
And is it fair to say, and just correct me if I'm wrong, that somebody can friend somebody on Facebook and then they can trade Messenger communication, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And anybody who is a friend will see those Messenger communications and can respond to them?
In the context of Facebook,
Yes, in the context of Facebook.
messages, my understanding is messages between people would be only between the people that are included in that message.
Well, when you talk about Messenger, you're talking about messengers, the format used
Facebook,
by
Facebook Messenger, yes.
It's fair to say that if someone's trying to hide an affair, they don't communicate using Facebook Messenger that might be open to people that they don't want to find out about an affair.
Objection.
Sustained.
You are unaware, as you sit here today, of any forensic evidence that indicates that Mr. Walshe saw any Facebook Messenger communications between Anna Walshe and William Fastow, aren't you?
Correct.
In your interview and your questioning of Mr. Walshe, and if I could withdraw that, Judge, I apologize. During your questioning of Mr. Walshe, you were present with others, correct? Other
Yes.
officers.
Yes.
So sometimes when the jury heard that questioning, it wasn't you asking the questions, it was other officers, including Trooper Pacheco, correct?
Yes.
But during those questioning, you were asking, and when I say you, I mean you or your colleagues, you were asking Mr. Walshe for names of people that might be helpful, correct?
Yes.
And he gave you a number of names, people who he knew Anna may be friends with in DC, and names of people that she might be friends with in the Massachusetts area, correct?
Correct.
And one of the names that he gave you was William Fastow, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware of the fact that William Fastow sold the $1 million townhouse to Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe, correct?
Yes.
And when Mr. Walshe gave you the name of William Fastow, he didn't sound angry, did he?
He did not.
He didn't say anything pejorative about Mr. Fastow, did he?
Correct.
And before that occurred, you or your fellow officers had made it clear by asking Mr. Walshe questions of whether he knew anything about an affair or affairs that Anna Walshe might be involved in.
Yes, we asked about that.
And you asked him about it more than once.
Correct.
And you were asking about it because it could be something that you'd use in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
And by the nature and the context of your investigation, you were making it clear that, well, an affair could be some evidence that could be either good or bad in our investigation.
Potentially.
Right. And so anybody who's trying to hide the fact that they knew about an affair that could be bad evidence, you wouldn't expect them to give you the name of a person that they knew was having an affair with their wife.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, isn't that part of your training and experience, officer, that you don't expect people to give you harmful information when you're asking them questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
In any event, you had made it clear to Mr. Walsh that evidence of an affair could be either good or bad, correct?
Can you repeat that?
But you made it clear, you and your colleagues, in the multiple questions about an affair, that evidence of an affair between Anna and somebody else could be good or bad evidence.
I don't recall speaking about an affair being good or bad.
In any event, we can all agree that he just gave you the name of William Fastow in the context of anybody that she may know, Anna, may know in the DC area, correct?
Correct.
Along with other names, correct?
Correct.
Now, on January 7th, during the interview of Mr. Walsh, he was told, and the jury has heard this, that obviously, quote, obviously, with Anna missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have their suspicions about you and whether you did something to Anna. That was told to Mr. Walsh on January 7th, wasn't it?
Correct.
In fact, the point of that question was you were warning Mr. Walsh that people are going to suspect him, correct?
It was the topic of discussion.
Okay. And so it's true, isn't it? When something happens like a missing person, people don't believe somebody that they think might be responsible for the missing person, correct?
Objection.
I'll have the question back.
I'm sorry, Joe.
I'll have the question back. Sorry about that.
I'm
For a
sorry.
new question.
Sure. Oh, I'm sorry.
Could I hear that? No, if I was supposed to.
Maybe I'll, the best thing to do is withdraw the question and start over.
Start another one. Thank you.
You were warning Mr. Walsh that people weren't going to believe it.
I didn't make that statement, so I was not warning him that.
Okay, but you were there with your colleagues, correct?
Yes.
And your colleague, I mean, from the context of it, you understand that your colleague was telling Mr. Walsh, people aren't going to believe you, so they're going to be suspicious.
I don't know if it was under the context of people aren't going to believe you, but we were discussing the subject that he may, people may suspect him. And I remember he said that his attorney exposed him to that.
Okay. But regardless of what his attorney told him, when it was told to Mr. Walsh, obviously with Anna missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have this suspicion about you and whether you did something to Anna, correct?
Yes.
And as an experienced police officer, you know that to sometimes be true, correct?
Sometimes.
People don't believe you when you say something happened, correct?
Objection.
Overruled, but I am having a little hard time. I don't know if it's the monitor or the tone or the largeness of this room, so keep your voice up. And if you can on the microphone, I know you like to move around.
Maybe I should just stay right here.
It's all right. You can move around. I just need you to keep your voice up.
Thank you, Judge. You know, sir, that in investigations, for instance, for a missing person, people don't believe the person that they might think is responsible, correct?
I've always been under the premise of trust but verify.
Trust but verify. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth House Trooper Nicholas Garino.
Are you standing face the clock for me?
Good morning, sir. And you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, sir?
Nicholas Garino, Guarino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper?
A little over 10 years now.
And what is your current assignment?
Currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been assigned there?
November 2019, so 6 years-ish, about that.
And what are your responsibilities at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do digital forensics and I'm a sexual assault investigator, as well as assist on homicide cases and narcotics cases.
Trooper, you're currently on a medical leave due to a work-related injury, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you tell this jury about your educational background?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College. I have 2 bachelor's degrees in criminal justice and mass communications.
And can you also tell the jury about any kind of specialized training that you have in forensic examinations in order to be a forensic examiner?
So I've taken numerous Sidebahhh classes. They're 40-hour certification courses, as well as other online trainings with National White Collar Crime and Magna Forensics, which is another forensic company, and Burla Motor Vehicle Forensics.
So I'm going to ask you a little bit about those. What is Celebrate?
Celebrate is specialized software and hardware to download and extract data from digital devices.
And Celebrate is the name of the company?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is that a private company?
Yes, they are.
And what is Magnet Forensics?
Magna Forensics is also a forensic company to download and extract digital devices as well.
Okay. And do you have certifications from any of the companies?
Yes. Celebrate, I've taken 4 or 5 of their classes. CCO, CCPA, which is their extraction software. They teach you how to use it and extract devices. Celebrate Mobile Forensics, their Cert F class, which is to repair and fix digital devices and cell phones. So if you have something that breaks, you can still get the data from it. CASA, which is their advanced database software class to go into the databases of the software, the devices we get. And also CAF, which is Celebrate Apple Forensics Fundamentals, I believe is the acronym, for Apple devices and MacBooks.
So you received certifications for all of those trainings?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how do you get the training? How do you get the certification from the training?
So it's a 40-hour, week-long course in person with book learning and then hands-on training. And then at the end of the week, you take a test to show proficiency, and if you pass, you get the certification.
And you were able to pass those?
Yes.
Do you have specialized training for Apple products?
Yes, that's the CAF class that I took.
Okay. So prior to being a Massachusetts State Trooper, did you have any law enforcement background?
Yes, I was a Norwood police officer for just under 11 years.
And any military background?
Yes, I was in the Army National Guard for 7 years.
And have you previously testified about examination of digital forensics?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Your Honor, would this be a time that you'd like me to stop before I begin the full examination for the break?
Sure. So jurors, we're going to take the morning break and we'll see you back in about 20 to 30 minutes.
All right, so court, please. Close your notebooks, follow me.
Does anyone need anything before I step off the bench? Seeing nothing, have a good break.
All rise.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Heading into church for day 2 of the Bryant case. A couple of things I thought about yesterday. First of all, I'm running a little late because I got some gas this morning. $2.62 a gallon, huh? $2.62. So the triangle of terror, not horrible on at least that front. Anyway, yesterday the defense wanted to give, and has given, I believe, the jury members calendars, a blank, not like maybe it's a Christmas calendar, but it's a just a blank calendar that they can use to track the various events. In this case, obviously, there are lots of them, and I think it was a great idea. I've never done that before. Good idea. So keep that in mind. Put that in your toolbox there. Anyway, today I'm going to have about another 30-40 minutes of the scintillating interview, third one that took place between Brian Walshe and the cops. Then we're going to have a new witness. And it's going to be a name you might recall from the Karen Reed world, Guarino. He's the digital expert, and he's going to come in here and digitally expertise us on a lot of the location information that they retrieved from cell phones and at least one iPad, as I recall. And we'll see how that fits into the mix. We'll see how the jury comes back to life, because I'm telling you, by the end of yesterday, whew, all those audio interviews, brutal, killing us. Anyway, so that's the plan for today. There is a little weather issue. It's been fine here. It's cold, but overcast, no snow, not even any rain. So the court suggested well, she's a doctor technically, the honorary Judge Frenair said, we're going to look at the weather. If there's going to be a sloppy commute, I don't want to release you guys at the normal time, 4 o'clock, right in the midst of that. We'll do it earlier. So I'm assuming they'll kind of feel that out through the middle of the day. Normal break for lunch is at 1, and I would think by then she will have figured out whether or not, things are going to be bad enough. Let's just call it for the day. So we'll see. We'll be there for you. I'll come back out, not during the morning break, but at 1 o'clock, and we'll kind of fill things in where we are, what's going on, and how the jigsaw puzzle is coming together. So thanks for joining us here, Justice Surf TV. Going in. Hey, good morning, everybody. Heading into church for day 2 of the Bryant case. A couple of things I thought about yesterday. Well, there's that fan. It's a different fan because it's a different courtroom, but it's spinning like a mother. Anyway, hey, folks, welcome. Welcome to Dedham, the Triangle of Terror. As we launch the Brian Walshe case, don't mind me, I'm putting on some non-surgical gloves here. I will not be examining any of the evidence with this. There's that better. Even worse than muted. I think I never turned the microphone on, but hey, tech wizardry. Let me double check the audio input here. Yep, looks like we're good now. Okay, so anyway, as I was saying, what a shocker it was when the defense finally gave us some sense of how they were going to explain away the fact that their client, Brian Walshe, was involved with the disappearance of his wife's body and yet not the murder. Now we know. I don't know if you had a chance to hear that this morning. The opening's very short, each of them less than half an hour, give or take, maybe a half an hour. But the first thing out of counsel for the defendant, that's Mr. Tipton, Larry Tipton, was first of all an acknowledgement that all these searches were done by the defendant. And let me see if I can get the courthouse framed better there behind me. There we go. And that was the first thing he admitted. And then he went on into here's what happened that night. Remember, this is the night of New Year's Eve. They had a party, some friends over, everybody was jovial, it was a great time, yay. And he goes to bed about 1:30, and his wife's already in bed. He gives her an elbow, gives her a nudge, nothing. Gives her another nudge. Nothing. This guy's one hell of a nudger. I'll tell you that, because apparently on the third nudge, she fell out of bed and she was gone, dead, unexplained death. Sounds like a new syndrome that we're going to hear a whole lot about. I'm sure there's going to be some medical expert that's going to suggest that it's a legitimate, it's like sudden infant death syndrome. It's like SIDS, but it's for adults. Anyway, that was our first hint that, okay, that's how they're going to try and sell this to the jury, that yes, she was disposed of by Brian Walshe, but that's because he panicked. He had no idea what to do. Is that amazing or what? Now remember, and I continue to call it the Jimmy Scandarito defense, because anybody that remembers the Scandarito case, the young man, relatively speaking, that was hanging out with his dad, having their usual hors d'oeuvre tray of drugs, partying, and dad, who was older, I can't remember his age now, he was 70-ish or older, maybe even mid-70s. He has a little bit too much fun, boom, dies, right? Strokes out, and there is his son left holding the proverbial bag. And so what does he do? He panics as well. Apparently that's part of the syndrome. He panics, chops his dad up, goes into some great detail on the stand. And we'll get into that in just a moment, just about how that impacts Brian Walshe and his taking the stand if it happens. And he goes in great detail to explain to the jury how he had to chop up his dad, how tough it was, cutting through the joints and the bones. He had to stop. He had to take a smoke break every now and then. And the jury bought it. The jury decided that this guy was not involved in the murder of his father, but was involved in the disposal and dismemberment of his father. Bizarre result, and we could see a repeat here. It's possible. Part of the difference is here, I don't think Mr. Walshe is as likable, if you can use that to describe somebody who has admitted to disposing of a loved one's body. But there was something about Jimmy Scandurito. He was just so upfront about everything. And the jury bought it. So anyway, will Brian Walshe take the stand? Very good question. I think setting up this scenario as they have, I think he almost has to, right? He's got to tell this jury, he's got to make them believe that the nudge technique, which led to his discovery that his wife was dead, this unexplained death, is legit. Now, again, a huge difference between this and the Scandurito case is you have a cause of death, right? You have nothing here. You don't have the body here. You have nothing. So we have all kinds of detail, location and otherwise, about where bags were dumped, the supplies were purchased. All of this is going to come in as video evidence to support the bigger scheme. Remember, once he's admitted to dismembering or disappearing the body, and you believe his excuse, which is, I've panicked because she was dead, then you can get into all of these, everything that the cops found regarding location and dumpsters and everything that was near his mom's house. And his mom's sitting right in front of me in court. Diane is her name. And you can get into all of that because it all makes perfect sense, right? Makes perfect sense. He unalived her, or he did not unalive her, but he dismembered and distributed her body because he didn't know what to do. He was just so panicked. Okay, so that was obviously the big bombshell. What do you think? I mean, I saw enough comments flying by, people saying bullshit, some technical terminology to suggest that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. But it is a story that fits with the plea deal that he gave literally on the day they were beginning to select a jury in this case. Let's talk about that jury, should we? Let me get my official jury pile here. Somebody pointed out to me when I was texting or posting from the courthouse that my math was a little off. I had too many white people is what happened. I had a total of 12 white, but really only 11 white, 5 non-white. And I say non-white, a couple I can tell you appear to be African-American, a couple maybe either Hispanic or Middle Eastern. So basically it's non-white. And we'll get into that in some detail. And it is 9 women and 7 men. I will be interested to see as they come back from their lunch break. We are creatures of habit, and juries are no different. They found their seats. They have their spot. They're going to come back to that spot. I hope so, because I have my little list here, and it's set up based on where they were seated. So across the back row, you have an African-American female, one of the few that I think I'm confident can say that, in the 40 to 50 range. And I'm sorry, I apologize if I am aging somebody or immaturing somebody. I'm just giving my basic take from across the room. And again, we're in the main courtroom, which is a little bit larger. And still not massive. I can see them very clearly from where I am. Next to her is and you'll notice that almost all of the women are in one row and all the men are in one row, interestingly. So the back row is predominantly men. So other than the African-American female, there's only one other female on the back row, and they're 8 and 8, 16 total. Remember, Massachusetts, it's lottery time. At the end, they put the names in the drum, they spin it. Lucky winner is. And the other weird thing they do here in Massachusetts is, even though there are 4 what we would call alternates, they call them only 2 alternates and then 2 standby. I don't know why they do that. They're all effectively alternates. So third on the back row is a white male, about 30. The second one, if I missed that one, is white male, also about 40-ish, a little bit younger. Number 4, black male. He is 30-ish, followed by a white male, 30-ish, white male, 50-ish, white female, 50-ish, and then a white male, 50-ish. Front row, you've got a black female, African-American female on the far left. She's younger, maybe 30-ish. Another white female, 50-ish, black female, 50-ish, white female, 50-ish, white male, 40-ish, and he's the lone male on that front row. And then a black female, about 40, white female, about 30, and another white female, about 30. So, seems to me a pretty tightly bunched age group. Somewhere, I don't really think there are any in the 20s. Maybe there's one kind of close call, but mostly 30s, 40s, and 50s in the grouping there. So, and I can tell you, once the jury started to get a flavor, assuming they knew nothing. Okay, let's assume that. Once they got a flavor of what this case was about, their staring, glaring, observing Brian Walshe intensified dramatically, especially after the defense stood up and said, yeah, he nudged his wife to death. I mean, he nudged her until she fell out of bed, no longer alive. They really, it perked him up. I mean, they knew it was a murder case, but when you start to hear that part of the defense story, it's very interesting. And they were, I think I mentioned one of my posts, they've got notepads. They're allowed to take notes. There is no requirement that they do. During the openings, really not much note taking at all. But once the first and only witness so far took the stand, and that is the sergeant who was the one that made first contact with Brian Walshe, and this was on the 4th, just to reset on in terms of the time frame for you. You have her disappearance on or about January 1, 2023. Remember, they had the big New Year's Eve party. And then it was sometime after that they go to bed, and she's now no longer alive, but nobody has seen her since that party. Nobody calls the cops for a number of days, including, I know people are saying, if you freak out like that, you're not going to call 911. Going to have to be explained away. How are you going to do that? And then it was still a few days before the cops were brought in, and they went to the local folks, Cohasset Police Department, and it was Mr. Sergeant Schmidt. I think at the time he was a detective, but Sergeant Schmidt came on, and he's been on the stand the whole time, really just used to A, establish that he began the investigation, and B, that so they can lay the foundation for and play these audio interviews. So I'm going to pull off one of my gloves here because I have zero dexterity with those mitts on. And I want to go through some of the highlights as I recall them from the testimony so far. And I know we're right in the middle of a second tape, which was done that night. The first interview was on the 5th of January, 2023. That was just Schmidt. Again, I think he was a detective at the time, and Brian Walshe. And their 3 lovely kids, because if you listen to much of that audio tape, you heard them as much as you heard anybody else, and it was kind of it was just tough. It was kind of aggravating at times because a child's squeal tends to kind of cut through the noise. It's like hearing a cough. Somebody coughs in the courtroom, and you're not hearing anything. It's just the nature of sound. Anyway, so I'm just looking at my notes here on the opening. Yeah, each one, the very first one started at 9:52. Very, much on time here. They had very little this morning to get into prior to opening statements. There were some stipulations that I'm sure we will learn more and more about because it was kind of cryptic in the way that they talked about them, but I'll hit those anyway. 3 stipulations, one involving DNA samples. So, and again, now that we know we look at this now through a different lens because now we know what the defense is, that it was an accidental, unexplained death, and then the rest unfolded from that. So you have stipulation about DNA samples of both victim Anna and the defendant. There's a stipulation as well about some records, not uncommon, but I don't know specifically which records we're talking about. And then there was one on the federal prosecution. Now, we know that related to his conviction for fraud in the transfer of the Andy Warhols, the fake Andy Warhols, right? I didn't know how far they were going to get into that. And I wasn't sure, all we knew is that they entered into a stipulation. So we learned a lot more about it during the course of the first phone interview with the detective, because after a lot of the basics that Brian Walshe went into about Anna and their life and what was happening and where she was going and what was happening on the specifics of the day she was last seen, we learn about, well, I've had some problems with the federal authorities, and he goes into in some detail the fraud for the paintings, and he's mentioning how he can't. That's part of the reason he doesn't live in D.C. yet. That there's some issues there they're trying to resolve. That hopefully they've been done by now, but they're not. So we learned a lot about this guy. I mean, even paintings, Andy Warhol, all those details came out in that interview, which the jury now knows. So if they know nothing else, they know this guy believes that he somehow discovered his wife and her unexplained death, and he's ripping people off trying to sell fake art. This is not a good look for anybody. But have to remember, this is the prosecution's case. Nobody looks worse than as a defendant than in the prosecution's case, right? Okay, so one of the notes for the jurors that we learned about early on during selection, this judge, Judge Freder, who is, I think she's a very warm judge. The perception is for the jury. I believe she comes across that way. I mentioned it in one of my posts that when doing the pre-instruction, she would stand up and kind of get as close to the jury as she possibly could without hopping down off the bench. So she's standing up there, just kind of having a more human interaction with her, right? And of course, she has great hair.
Typical man.
Hey, Melanie Little was the first one to say it, so get off my back there, Fonnie. Anyway, so she's very friendly, very warm to the folks. When she asked them the first thing in the morning about whether they understood and had avoided media and everything else, because remember, it's 2 weeks ago they were impaneled, a week and a half. And she wanted to eyeball each one of them to make sure they had, in fact, complied with her request not to look at anything. But the key in this case, which is different than most, is she has added the social media component. So no news. Yeah, we get that. Don't talk to anybody. We get that. Don't go on social media, period. Now, in the absence of somebody doing just something boneheaded like posting, and by that I mean, what if on the weekend between weeks of trial you go somewhere, you see friends and family? You can't post that stuff. You can't put something on your social media that makes it clear you've been looking at social media, even if you've never looked at a thing that has to do with this trial or this case. So how do you police that? Unless somebody's just stupid and post something which could be traced, I don't know how you police that. It's just like any other admonition that a jury gets. You're on the honesty program. You either, in honor of the judge's request, you do what she says, or you blow it off. Don't talk to anybody. Do you think people never, ever, 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 ever talk to anybody about a trial that they're sitting on? Maybe I'm too cynical. I just think it's so hard to police that. But by asking, I think she's added another layer to this jury service. It's tough. It's tricky. That's going to be something that I think a lot of folks are going to have trouble complying with. I really do. Okay, so let's see if there's some. Let's talk about the openings, okay? More specifically, and let's start with the defense because they started. I'm going to open this up here so I can see it a little better. See if anybody's got. Yeah, somebody's referencing the video. It's hard to hear with those kids. Those damn kids. 2, 4, and 6. I think is what the ages are. I mean that's a handful. All right. Okay, I'm going to do some of this. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mention Linda Baden is not here. Uh-oh. Let's see if this person gets it. Should I be parking attendant here and help this person get in? She's on assignment. I think we might know what that assignment is. It's somewhere in the state near New York, but not New York. They do have a couple of very high-profile cities there where you might do some gambling. Anyway, that continues to unfold. So thank you to Jazz M38, or is that R and N next to one another? I don't know. I can't tell. But thank you for becoming a YouTube member. We appreciate that. Can they bring up Karen Reed trial during Uri's testimony? Well, that's a very interesting question. Obviously, if there's an overlap of some sort in terms of the investigation and how I don't think there was, but can you bring up that he was shady, shifty, perhaps lying? No, you cannot. You cannot bring that up. But I will tell you, having covered the other Karen Reed trials, I had never been that close to Uri Buchanan. I was next to him in the hallway. They were waiting. I couldn't understand why he and 4 other cops were there today, so early in the process. I knew that they're not going to be testifying, right? And they weren't, but it's something either this judge likes to do, or maybe in Massachusetts, it's more common. She has them all come into the courtroom before the jury's there. It's kind of one of these preliminary issues, and introduce themselves to the court so that the court knows who they are. That's how the back and forth went. And then they said, thanks a lot, and they left. I have no idea what that's about. Kanya Schmidt, not related to the officer on the stand, gifted 5 Justice Serve TV memberships. Thank you so much. And those who have subscribed, it might just be like a gift. You just get a gift like for Christmas. It just happens. Are they allowed to use chalks at or for the opening? Well, those days have long gone. And you noticed no chalks. There was a request that they run them by the court prior to use, but nobody used any. So I'm trying to think if it would have been effective. They were both so short. Both were so efficient. Now, I guess prosecution could have used some stuff highlighting the video evidence they have of him buying interesting things. They could have used some texts where he is, or the search information. Remember, all of that was subject to pretrial motions that we thought, if this stuff is kept out because of an illegal search, and that was the argument by the defense, that any consensual search to these electronic devices was overbroad or they exceeded that consent. But the judge found a way to let that in. Didn't surprise me. I kind of figured that she would. And I think it's legit, basically saying those things would have been discovered anyway, even if outside the course of that particular search. So anyway, those items are all in. And there's a lot. And arguably, it will make the difference in this case. So they could have used those kind of things, those chalks, but they did not. Not Wahlberg, thank you so much. 8 months serving time with us here. We appreciate that. Oh, and if not enough, gifting 5 Justice Serve TV memberships. Thank you so much. Hey, that's right. I am in there. I'm posting. I don't do any tweeting anymore. I've given up on tweeting. Tweeting is not a thing anymore. Proper protocol to interview in front of the kids. Yeah, I thought that was interesting, right? I guess if you're in law enforcement, if I were in that same scenario, I would do it. You want them. I know at times they left the room, it seemed, and at times they were nearby. I don't know that they were all that close to the conversation. They were just, the sound was so piercing that it was hard to tell how. I don't think they were gathered around the table. That might have been an issue. But if they're just out doing their thing and their playroom is next door, and we got kind of a tour of the house today through those photographs, I think it's probably all right. I don't know that there's an actual rule, unless the kids were going to be witnesses as well. That's an argument. The 6-year-old's going to be a witness, probably not the 2-year-old, 4-year-old. But if you consider the 6-year-old a witness, then you probably should not have that person nearby, even if it is a kid. So thank you, SW10952. That is a good question. I would have appreciated if they did not have the kids there, just because sometimes it made it
This location.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Trooper Carino, were you working on Sunday, January 8th, 2023?
Yes, I was.
And were you assisting with the execution of a search warrant at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset?
Yes.
And what was your assignment at that execution of the search warrant?
I was assisting with the search of the home, and if any digital devices were located, I was to take them and put them into evidence bags and then hold on to them to transport back to the DA's office.
Okay. And what digital devices in general did you seize that day?
There were 3 MacBooks, 2 iPhones, and 3 iPads.
Thank you. And were pictures taken during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, there was a member of Crime Scene Services there photographing where we found items.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show pictures and publish them to the jury. They've been previously marked and agreed to by the defense.
How many?
It's a very good question, Your Honor. Number 63 through 78. So court reporter has been nice enough to count for me, and we believe that's 16.
All right, so 16 photos, and they are all of digital devices or electronic devices, or they have other things as well?
They are of the electronic devices in the home and then of just the electronic devices separately.
All right. And the defense has agreed to those?
Yes.
All right, great. They're now in evidence as items, exhibits 63 through 78, now in evidence.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. At this time, I'd like to have exhibit 63, 7179. Thank you. Trooper Carino, can you tell me what that is a photograph of?
Yes, this is the kitchen area. On the kitchen table, there's a red iPhone 13 mini and an Apple iPad. I believe that's the 6 mini.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in?
Yeah, iPad 6 mini. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there a cover on the phone?
Yes, there's the green cover, and you can see the red at the charging port.
Thank you very much. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being 647208. Can you tell me what this is a photograph of?
This is the, if you want to call it a dining room or eat-in nook on the table. There's 2 MacBooks and a third inside that manila folder.
Ms. Gilman, I'd ask that you zoom in on this, please.
So,
Trooper Carino, can you explain that, please?
yes, so the bottom left, there's a gray MacBook. Next to that is another pinkish MacBook, and inside the manila folder with the charging cable, there's another MacBook inside that.
Thank you. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being exhibit 65, 7414. What is this, Trooper?
This is that pinkish MacBook that was inside the manila folder.
That was on the dining room table?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And these are all where you initially found those devices?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at the next exhibit, exhibit 66, 7304. Could I please have that? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This is the upstairs master bedroom. On the bed, there's the iPhone SE that's plugged into the wall.
And could you zoom in, please? And is that how you found that device?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at Exhibit 7637, could you please show that? What is this a photograph of?
This was an Apple iPad, I believe it was 9th gen version. The crib was over it. We could see it stuck under the crib, so we just pulled it out so it could be photographed better.
Could I now please have Exhibit 31, which is already in evidence? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This was another Apple iPad that was in the, I believe it was the upstairs children's bedroom.
Could I please have Exhibit 68, photo 7436. Trooper, could you tell me what this is?
That's the same iPad. We just opened the case to show that the screen had been damaged.
What did you do with those items after you identified them in the house at the search warrant?
So I placed these items into brown evidence bags and put the information on the front of the bag. And then once we had finished doing the search of the home, I transported all of these items back to the Norfolk DA's office to our digital evidence lab.
And what is the digital evidence lab at the Norfolk District Attorney's office?
So at the DA's office, we have a secure digital evidence lab that's a key card and it has an alarm on the door. So only select few can get in there. So we can store digital evidence to keep it powered on or so we don't lose any information.
And what is in the lab itself?
There's 2 forensic machines, our secure server, and a 3rd computer, and then as well as a Mac PC computer and our gray key.
And who specifically has access to that lab?
At that time, it was myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and the civilian director of our lab, Samantha Vogt.
And what did you do next after you got to the lab?
The items were photographed, and we created with our case management for the digital evidence, we created a case number for it.
What was that case number?
2023-003.
Then what happened?
With the devices themselves?
Before you looked at the devices themselves.
Yeah. So obviously we had all these devices. We had to write search warrants. And once the search warrants were signed, then we were able to process the digital items.
So you wrote search warrants for the contents of the devices?
That's correct.
And when were those search warrants signed for the contents of the devices?
January 10th of 2023.
I now want to show you photographs and ask if you can identify, well, I want to show you those so that you can identify them for the jury. Looking at what's been marked as Exhibit 69. What is this?
So this is the black iPhone SE. On the back is our label that we created. It says 2023-0003 is an extra 0. _1 showing that's the first item of this case.
And 70 next, please.
This is the front of that same iPhone.
Going to 71.
This is the gray MacBook, item number 3. As you can see the _3, and it says the model and serial number.
72.
Just a wider version of the same MacBook.
Ms. Gilman, 73, please.
This one looks kind of gold, but I believe this is the same gray MacBook, just the cover.
Ms. Gilman, if you could now go to 74.
This is the iPhone 13 mini, item number 5.
And the case has been taken off of that now?
That's correct.
75, please, Ms. Gilman.
And that is the front of the device.
76, please.
It's to show that the phone is the passcode. It's locked.
Same device.
Same device, yes.
77, please.
Again, front of the phone showing that it was still active and getting messages.
N78, please.
This is the Apple iPad Mini 6, I believe, item number 7. It says, again, shows the model and serial number of the device.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. So all of those devices and all of the devices that you see is pursuant to a search warrant at the Walshe home at 516 Chief Justice Highway in Cohasset were all Apple products. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what are Apple devices?
Apple devices, they're just a brand of digital devices, phones, MacBooks, iPads, they're all electronic devices.
That's the manufacturer?
That's correct.
What is an Apple ID?
So the Apple ID is a personalized ID for your Apple devices that can be used to download apps, go to the App Store, download music, movies, whatever you please.
What does a person use their Apple ID for?
As I said, to download items, set up the accounts, it's usually an email address, and then they're able to sync other devices with it if need be.
Can a person have more than one Apple ID?
Registered to a device, yes.
How can an Apple device be secured?
Either Face ID or 4 or 6-digit passcode, or alphanumeric as well.
What is a web browser?
The web browser is whatever program you're using to view the internet, whether it be Microsoft Edge, Safari, Google Chrome.
You mentioned Safari. What specifically is Safari?
So Safari is Apple's web browser that they have installed on all their devices.
Can other web browsers be used with Apple devices?
Yes.
So I want to talk now about forensically examining devices. When did you begin forensically extracting or making forensic copies of the devices that you seized from the house with the search warrant?
After the search warrants were signed, the 10th we began extracting, but we're limited to one gray key machine, so we have to place one on it, download it, and then we can swap the devices to the next and so forth until we get through everything.
Did any other troopers assist you with the extraction or copying of the devices?
Yes. Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe, Lieutenant Sean Quirk, and Trooper Connor Keefe were all assisting.
You've discussed Trooper Connor Keefe before, but who are Lieutenant Sean Quirk and Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe?
At the time, both of them were part of the cybercrime unit for the Mass State Police.
In general, what is a forensic copy of a device?
When we create a digital copy of the device, it's all the information that we're able to obtain from the device that we can work from as to not use the device itself and change anything in it. So we always work from that copy to make sure that nothing's changed for, if we have to ever re-image it or if the item's returned, we won't have the device in our hands.
How do you keep from changing the data on the original device when you're making a forensic copy?
We employ write blockers. Write is in like WRITE writing. So we can we can't write to the device. It only writes from the device. So it's a one-way street. That way we can get the information and not change anything on the devices themselves.
And where is the original device kept after it has been forensically copied?
If the item was given on consent, we'll return it as soon as possible. If it's evidence, then it'll get tagged with an evidence number and placed into our evidence room.
So now I want to talk about the MacBook, the item number 3 that was labeled, the gray MacBook. How did you make a forensic copy of the MacBook?
So for MacBooks, we can't use Gray Key, so we have to use, I use Cellbrite Digital Collector. It's basically a write blocker that plugs into the MacBook itself, and we're able to do a live acquisition of the device to a separate hard drive, creating a copy of everything that's there.
So after you make a copy, then what do you do?
I place that onto our external storage device for the Apple system that we have.
And then what do you do?
And then we'll load it into whatever forensic program we're going to use. So for the MacBooks, I used Axiom program made by Magnet Forensics.
And did you ensure, again, that you used a write blocker for this as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And what did you do with the MacBook after the data had been extracted before you began to analyze?
It was placed back into evidence.
And where is that MacBook, the original MacBook that was taken from the Walshe residence? Where is that right now?
It's at the Norfolk DA's office in our evidence room.
What was the date range? Sorry about that. What was the date range that the search warrant allowed you to examine on that MacBook?
December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023 when we seized the device.
And you said that you used Magnet's Forensic Axiom?
Yeah, Magnet Forensics, Axiom is the name of their program to view the hard drive contents.
And did that allow you to determine if there was an Apple ID associated with that MacBook computer?
Yes, it did.
And was there an Apple ID associated with the computer?
Yes, it was brw@10saleconsulting.com.
And was there a name associated with the device?
Yes, Brian's MacBook.
How is data stored on a MacBook computer?
Similar to a PC, they have a hard drive or solid state drive. The information just gets saved to the hard drive.
What do you mean that it's saved on the hard drive? Is it in components on the hard drive? Is it specialized in the hard drive?
Yeah, so Apple products save to a knowledge C database, which is Apple's way of, it's like the C drive in a Mac and a PC computer. It's just where the information is located into different parts of the computer.
Does a MacBook store data of websites visited by the device?
Yes, it does.
Does a MacBook computer store the search terms a user inputs into the device?
Yes, it does.
Where on the device is that data stored?
In that knowledge C database, the actual database, if you drove down into it, is the history.db database, which keeps all of your internet history. It's like a folder in a regular computer.
And is that data automatically stored?
Yes.
During the examination of the data from the gray MacBook, which is item number 3 from that you've labeled item number 3, did you examine data in the internet search history?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What internet web browser was used on the MacBook?
So there are 3 listed, but the majority of all searches were done in Safari.
What is a search engine?
The search engine is whatever, it's like Google, Bing, whatever you go to search whatever search terms you're looking for. So if you type in Boston Bruins into the search engine, it'll bring up all the Bruins web pages in your web browser.
And what's the difference between a search term and an internet history?
As I said, the search terms are the words you put in to do the search. The history is the actual websites visited.
Using the parameters from the search warrant from December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023, were you able to compile the Safari internet search history from the MacBook, which was labeled in your lab as item number 3?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to create a physical printout binder of that?
Yes, that's what this is here.
Your Honor, that has been pre-marked as exhibit number 79, this binder.
Are you offering it?
I am offering it as the next exhibit, please.
I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
2 hours later.
It's been 84 years.
My biological clock is taken like this.
Oh, counsel, sorry. Noting the defense's objections, the ruling I made at the side of the bench, that exhibit will be marked and is now in evidence as Exhibit 79.
79, please.
That's item 3. That is for the record. It's the item 3 extraction report, the gray MacBook Pro.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that item 79 be published to the jury through the screens now, because it's so big.
All right,
And-
so jurors, can everyone, I know that you can all see because you would have raised your hand previously, but previously we've been looking at documents and we've been zooming in. Anybody having any difficulty? Or number 9, you're probably the farthest away from the screen. Yeah. You all set? All right, same for juror number 1. Good. All right, let me know if that changes. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, I'm going to ask now that we show page 526 of the binder, marked Exhibit 79. Trooper, what does URL mean?
The URL is the website that the user is on.
And what is the last visited date and time?
That is the last time the user had accessed the website.
And what is UTC?
UTC is a worldwide time code to make it easier when we look at devices. So we would have to minus 5 hours to get to Eastern Standard Time. So if you look here where it says last date and time visited, UTC-0500, that is showing that I've minus the 5 hours.
So the software has done that for us. You've checked off something, so the software does that.
Yes, that's correct. Because during the summertime, it would be minus 4 hours. So we want to make sure we're in the right time zone.
What is the title?
Title is the name of the website. If you looked at the top of like the web browser bar, that would be the title.
And who created the title of the web page?
That's done automatically through the website.
What is the visit count?
Visit counts how many times the user has visited that website.
What is the visit source?
So the visit source is where the source of the information was pulled from. So this one here says locally browsed. That means it originated on this MacBook.
What is source? Not visit source, just source.
So the source shows the APFS container is the hard drive. It has a string of numbers and letters, users, Walshe, library, Safari. So it's showing where in the database it's pulling this information from.
And that's that. So I can see it says history.db that you had previously told us about.
Yes. So it's going down folder wise. So the library is the main folder, then it'll go into the Safari folder, and then the history database of Safari.
What is location?
Location, again, is it's the location of the items in that database, where they're located in it.
Specifically within the history DB database or whatever database it is?
That's correct.
What is what is evidence number? I think I skipped over that, sorry.
Yeah, no, the evidence number is just the name of the disk, the hard drive, the image that we created.
Because this is a forensic software.
Yes.
Okay. What is recovery method?
The recovery method is how the information was pulled from the data extraction. So there's two options, parsing or carving. Parsing just pulls the immediate information that the tool sees, where carve goes deeper into the database to try to find stuff to pull the information. It's just different locations and different means of getting the information so I can see it.
What is item ID?
The item ID is the ID number for this whole image we're seeing.
Now, often there are two records with the same time when you go down in the records.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see the exact same time. Why is that?
So this one here shows parsing. If you scroll down to record 1953, it's the same date and time stamp as the top one. It's just the recovery method is showing carving. So it's gone to a different area of the database and pulled it from a different location.
So does that mean that the search was done twice? But
nope. It's just how Apple has a program to store information.
Okay. Can you give us an analogy about that? Can you explain why that is? Is it like a...
Yeah, so if you think of databases, if you're familiar with like Excel spreadsheets, that's basically all this is. It's different rows and columns of information, and it's where the software is pulling the information from. It's different rows and columns, that's all.
Thank you. So I'd like to look at page 526, record 1952. What is the title?
Best ways to dispose of a body - Google search.
What time and date?
This is done on January 1st, 2023 at 4:52:16 a.m.
And that's Eastern Standard Time.
That's correct.
What is the URL?
I'll just do the beginning part. It shows www.google.com/search with the query equals best plus way plus to dispose of a body, showing the client Safari, and then it has a whole list of letters and numbers and everything else after.
And what does that mean?
Well, it shows that it was done, the search was done through Google, and the query words where it says Q equals best way to dispose of a body, that means that the user input those specific terms and hit enter to create the search to happen.
Okay. So beginning at page 527, if we look at record 1956. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go to page 533, record 1, to page 533, record
1980.
Let me just check it. $1981.
Okay.
Can you explain what the pages are in the title? Can you tell me the title?
Yes. So the title for this one is 10 Ways to Dispose of a Dead Body, in parentheses, if you really need to. It says dash page 6. So that page 6 means they're on the 6th page of the website. So the website will break it down so you're not scrolling a million pages long. So you're usually at the end of the page, you'll see next page, you'll click that and it goes to the next part of the website for the story or however it goes. So that page 6 indicates that they're on the 6th page of the website, and they do this for advertising reasons and, like I said, keeping things short or concise.
So earlier in the records, if we had started at page 527, 1956, that was page 527, 1956 was just regular.
Yes, that's doesn't have a page number, but it looks like it's the opening page to the website for whataculture.com, offbeat 10 ways to dispose of a body.
And then if we went to 528, 1962, what would the title be?
10 ways to dispose of a body, if you really need to, dash page 2, the 2nd page of the article.
Okay. So what does that indicate?
That the user clicked to go to that next page, then showing that also that the visit count is 4, so it's per the user's been there before.
Thank you. Looking at page 534, record 1986. What is the title?
How long before a body starts to smell? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 4:55:25 a.m.
And what does Google search indicate there to you?
Again, that the user input how long before before a body starts to smell and did the actual web search.
Looking at page 547, record 2029. What is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to inheritance? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
It was on January 1st, 2023 at 6:24:44 a.m.
And what does Yahoo search results indicate?
This was done on a Yahoo search engine.
So you previously explained Google search. Can you explain Yahoo search?
It's the same thing. It's just a different search engine that the user can utilize to search whatever they're looking for.
Looking at page 543, record 2014. Can you tell me what that title is?
It's the same whataculture.com article, 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to, page 7.
And what is the time and date for this?
January 1st, 2023 at 5:47:38 a.m.
So what does this indicate?
Again, a user had physically gone to page 7 of this article on the website.
And is this at a different time than had gone to the article pages 1 through 6 that we previously saw?
Yes, I believe there was a 45 or an hour difference.
And if we go to page 545 and 545 into 546, what page does this article end on?
Record 2023 shows it at page 11. Yeah, does it go to the following page? Yeah, that's where it ends. Yeah, page 11 at 5:48:22 a.m.
And what is the significance of that, seeing that page 11?
As I said, that the user physically went 11 pages deep into this article.
Looking at page 547, record 2031, what is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to be dead? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 6:25:17 a.m.
Looking at page 563, record 2082. What is the title?
The title is Tishman Spire, Washington, D.C. head, Yahoo search results.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:44:46 a.m.
And you are familiar with these searches. There are multiple searches about Tishman Spire, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is the title of the search on page 567, record 2096?
This is Lowe's dash Google search.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:48:04 a.m.
What is the title on page 576, record 2125?
Uh,
2125, 576.
should be down further.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, I know I'm asking a lot.
There we go.
Thank you. What is the title?
Title is How Long Does DNA Last? Which is a Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
Trooper, what is...
Object, Judge, in this, from the sidebar first.
Yes. I think we were at record number 2125, page 578.
Yes. If we could please have record 2125 on page 578. And for the record, we're showing a PDF, which is the same version that the printed out version of the exhibit, which the jury will have.
All right.
Thank you. What is the title on page 578, record 2125?
How long does DNA last? Dash Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
And there is a line, redirect URL. What is that?
So if you look at the redirect URL is when you explain this. You're going to a website and you click on it, but it redirects you to a separate, not a separate website, but something similar. So if you look, it says, slate.news, it's an article, but it says, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? So it's similar search terms, but not exactly what you search. So it's redirecting you to similar items. The website's doing that. I should say it's not the user doing it.
So the browser is sending you to a suggested website?
That's correct. So I'm sure people have done this. Those who haven't, that when you go to type in something in your phone or your MacBook, it gives you those suggested terms. That's similar to what this is.
Thank you. So if we look at record 2127 on that same page, 578, what is the title?
Sorry, 2127 you said?
Yes, please.
Sorry. Is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? ?
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:34:39 a.m.
Did the user go directly there or was the user redirected?
From this, it looks that the user was redirected from the original search term items that they put in.
And did the user stay on that website?
It shows visit count 1. If you can go down just to the next couple, I could tell time difference wise. Down one more. The next search is done approximately a minute later. So it would stand that this website was up for a short amount of time and then the next search was done.
So what does that mean?
They were there for about a minute and then the next search comes in at 9:35:52.
Thank you. What is the title on page 579, record 2129?
Can identification be made on partial human remains? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:35:52 a.m.
What is the title on page 583, record 2141?
How to dispose of a cell phone? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:25 a.m.
What is the title on page 584, record 2144?
How to dispose of a computer? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:55 a.m.
What is the title on page 589, record 2159?
I am a user on my wife's credit card. She is missing. Can I still use the card? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:16 a.m.
What is the title on page 591, record 2166.
My wife is missing. What should I do? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:59 a.m.
What is the title on page 592 into 593, record 2170?
Yeah, title is Your Spouse is Missing and You Want a Divorce / Hello Divorce.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:49 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2185?
Best ways to dispose of body parts after murder. Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023, 11:28:43 a.m.
What is the title on page 597, record 2189?
6 ways to dispose of a body - murder, murder, murder.
And what is the URL?
www.murdermurdermurder.com/blog. 2017 522 6 ways to dispose of a body.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:28:47 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2193?
Patrick Kearney. Google search.
Did you review that search?
Yes, I did.
Who is Patrick Kearney?
He is was named the trash bag killer. He would murder victims and throw their corpses away into trash bags.
What is the time and date?
Objection.
Want to be heard?
Yes.
Let's see at the
you sit on a throne of lies.
So jurors, I'm going to strike that last, for purposes of the question that was asked, I'm going to strike the last characterization of Mr. Kearney, or the article being that about an individual, Mr. Kearney, that killed people and put them back. That's stricken from the record.
Looking at page 603, record 2207. Can you tell me what the title is?
Cleaning up a dead body / Wired YouTube. So it's a YouTube video.
I was just going to say, what is YouTube?
YouTube is a video website where people, companies can upload whatever videos they want.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:41:50 a.m.
What is the title on page 605, record 2214?
How to clean blood from a wood floor, Google search.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:44:32 a.m.
And then page 609, record 2229. What is the title?
Can I use bleach to clean my wood floors from blood stains? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:50:05 a.m.
And what is the title on page 638, record 2321?
You said the title? Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, the title.
What does bleach do to dead bodies? Google search.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:10:07 p.m.
What is the title on page 647, record 2351?
Wait, want to get away with murder? ? Use special detergent / Discover magazine.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:18:03 p.m.
What is the title on page 650, record 2364?
Is it better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them? Google search.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:21:39 p.m.
What is the title on page 657, record 2386?
How to use hydrogen peroxide on bloodstains, Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:14 p.m.
And what is the title directly below that, record 2387?
How to clean bloodstains with hydrogen peroxide dash YouTube. Meaning it's a video of those search terms.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:43 p.m.
What is the title on page 659, record 2394?
Should I use hydrogen peroxide 8 on bloodstains in concrete? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:53:44 p.m.
What is the title on page 665, record 2413?
Can the FBI tell when you accessed your phone? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:43:02 p.m.
What is the title on page 670, record 2430?
Does the dishwasher clean blood? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:52:26 p.m.
What is the title on page 671, record 2433?
Is it possible that a knife which had blood on it remains contaminated with HIV after it has been washed with hot water and dishwasher soap dash Quora?
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023, 1:52:57 p.m.
What is the title on page 693, record 2502?
How to remove a SIM card from an iPhone? Yahoo search.
What time and date?
January 2nd, 2023 at 2 o'clock in the morning, a.m.
And what follows that search, record 2503?
The Apple support website, remove or switch the SIM card in your iPhone dash Apple support.
And what is the date and time for that?
January 2nd, 2023, 2 a.m. in 15 seconds.
What is the title on page 694, record 2507?
How to remove a hard drive from an Apple laptop dash Yahoo search results.
And what is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:01:19 a.m.
What is the title on page 699, record 2524?
TJ Maxx near me, Norwell dash Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 5:24:08 a.m.
What is the title on page 717, record 2580?
How long do stores keep security footage dash Google search?
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 10:32:43 a.m.
What is the title on page 724 into 725, record 2608?
How to saw a body, Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:31 p.m.
What is the title on page 725, record 2610?
How to dismember a body, Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:43 p.m.
What is the title on page 730, record 2626?
Hacksaw, the best tool for dismembering a body. Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:33:48 p.m.
What is the title on page 733, record 2633?
Details of dismemberment discussed in murder trial / Wayne 15.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:42:59 p.m.
What is the title on page 735, record 2638?
Can you be charged with murder without a body? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:47:01 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2647?
Murder conviction without a body - Wikipedia.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:47:10 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2649?
No corpse, ? No problem. Notable murder convictions without a body - A&E True Crime.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:51:47 p.m.
What is the title on page 745, record 2670? $745,
Right
record
there.
2670.
Actually starts on 744, just so the record's clear.
Thank you very much.
Can you identify a body with broken teeth? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:12:46 p.m.
What is the title on page 746 into 747, record 2674?
Disposing of a body in the trash. Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:14:51 p.m.
What is the title on page 769, record 2747?
Chatham West Apartments Rentals - Brockton, MA, Zillow.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:34:35 p.m.
What is the title on page 777, record 2768?
The Claremont Apartments Rentals, Abington, Mass, Zillow.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:36:14 p.m.
What is the title on page 787, record 2798?
What powder mask smells the best? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:51:28 p.m.
What is the title on page 797, record 2830?
Can I mix white vinegar to stop smells? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 7:09:03 p.m.
What is the title on page 798, record 2832?
Can baking soda make a dead body smell good? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:15:55 a.m.
What is the title on page 807, record 2856?
Cleaning up blood without leaving a trace - 5 tips, aftermath services.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 5:03:06 a.m.
What is the title on page 819, record 2900?
Are footprints easy to wash away? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:58 a.m.
What is the title on page 858, record 3025?
How long for a dismembered body to decompose? Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:02:23 p.m.
What is the title on page 860, record 3033?
Body found at trash station. Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:05:50 p.m.
What is the title on page 866, record 3056?
Can a body decompose in a plastic bag? Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:12:50 p.m.
What is the title of page 888, record 3127?
Can police get your search history without your computer? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:38 p.m.
What is the title on page 904, record 3184?
Does a cell phone track your historical location? Yahoo search results.
And what is the date and time?
January 4th, 2023, 8:55:27 a.m.
Are there any searches from January 4th at 8:03 p.m. to January 7th at 3:58 p.m.?
I don't believe so. From the MacBook on?
On the MacBook from January 4th at 8:03 p.m. on January 4th to January 7th at 3:58 p.m.
Well, this last search was done at 8:55, so it wasn't going to be 8:03.
Okay, so from 8:55 p.m.
I don't believe so. I'd have to see.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
To see that there's more pages. I forget the exact dates. Thank you. Just want to double check. Thank you. There's not.
And then starting at January 7th at 3:58 p.m., what is the first search?
That's listed here. It says Chase credit card login, Google search.
And can you give us a page and a record number?
Yes. In the book, page 906, record number 3195.
Thank you. So did you look at any searches prior to January 1st?
Yes.
And I'd like to start with page 521. Looking at page 521, Ms. Gilman. Looking at 521, record 1938. I'm sorry, 1939, please. Trooper, can you tell me what time this occurred?
Yes. It says January 1st, 2023 at 3:49:39 a.m.
And can you tell me what's happening in this record number?
It shows the URL for accounts.google.com for it's like the Gmail, a login through the web.
And going to 1940, record 1940 on the next page, that being 522, does that continue?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And going to page 524, does that continue until record 1947?
Yes, it does.
And what date and time does that end?
The last one shows January 1st, 2023, 3:50:06 a.m. And then the following is about an hour later.
Thank you. Now looking at page 225 into 226, record 825. Can you tell me the title being looked at?
Yep. It says cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her. Scarlet Scandal, Seth Gamble, Erotica X-Pornhub.com.
And what is the date and time?
12/27/2022, 12:06:28 a.m.
And this continues on record 826, is that correct?
Yes, it's a duplicate from the previous.
Okay. And 827, could you go down, Ms. Gilman? Could you go down, please?
Yep. It's there. It's the titles on the right there at the top.
Okay. If you could keep going down, though, please. Okay. And if you could tell me, if you could keep going down, I'm sorry, to 828. And what is this?
It says chat with Miss_B in a live adult video chat room now.
And what time is that?
12:06:28 a.m. on December 27th, 2022.
Okay. And if this continues until record 831, if you could go to 831, please, Ms. Gilman. Is that correct with Pornhub, Trooper?
Yes, it's there for about 7 or so minutes.
Thank you. And page 241 to 242, record 891. What is that title, please?
Best divorce strategies for men, Yahoo search results.
And what is the date?
December 27th, 2022, 8:33:53 p.m.
And page 253, record 935. What is the title, please?
Best date to divorce for a man, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:51:33 p.m.
And page 256, record 934. What is the title?
It's 934 or 943?
943, I'm sorry.
5 best and 5 worst states to get divorced in the U.S.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:52 p.m. 8:52:39 p.m.
Thank you. Page 257, record 945. What is the title?
Washington, D.C. divorce laws, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:54:13 p.m.
And you have the binder exhibit in front of you, but if you look between records 891 and 934, what does the Safari history show to you between those record numbers? 891 and 934? What topic articles are being looked at?
Are we up? Is this, I'm sorry, what number is this one we're on? The divorce laws, if you scroll up?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
This is 945.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If we look at record numbers 891 through 934.
They're all showing websites regarding divorce, divorce advice, mistakes in divorce, using verbal abuse, don't split up like this, the 10 stupidest mistakes men make facing divorce. It's all divorce related.
Thank you. So if we look at page 259, record 951. What is the title being looked at?
You scroll down a little more. There. Oh, if you scroll back up, I'll just read it from the URL. So it's a Google search for Chase login credit card, and then it does a redirect to the Chase that does it again. It's duplicated.
Okay. And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022 at 8:57:13 p.m.
Okay. And this goes on to record 1026 on page 279 if you look in the binder. Is that correct?
Yes, showing all Chase account information, the Chase website for the account. Yeah.
Trooper, if you look at page 508, record 1890.
Okay.
What is the title?
Replay poker - Google search.
And what is the date and the time?
12/31/2022, 6:53 p.m.
Your Honor, I am about to change topics. Would this be a good time to stop for lunch?
Sure. There's something else for lunch?
All right, to the court, please. Your notebooks. Hold it.
You may be seated. Any updates on the forecast? It's nothing burger. Can you just take a look? So I was just asking Madam Clerk to check on the weather, and it looks like a nothing burger, I'll call it. So we don't need to be worried about that this afternoon. We'll plan to go right through to 4 o'clock. Anyone need anything to be addressed before I take it off the bench? All right, have a nice lunch.
Well, I suppose it might be a nothing burger to the judge, but as you can see, I'm in the mobile studio because it's nasty out there. I mean, I'm made of sugar and I don't want to melt. So instead of throwing the tent up, we are mobiling. Still the courthouse right behind me here, where you see Brian Walshe clanking away. As I mentioned in one of my posts, they make sure that the jury is out of the room before they reshackle him. And then he goes to the bathroom. There's a room that they take him to, and he can hang out. And occasionally Mr. Tipton will go in there. They're joined at the hip. I'll put it that way. When I approached Mr. Tipton, he was all by himself. And interesting guy. Or should I call him, what was the name? Mr. Hickey? William Hickey? Anyway, hey, welcome to Justice Served TV. Michel Bryant here in the mobile studio as we're on this lunch break. I walked down to get set up just at the time things got a little spicy in terms of the searches. And I don't mean, how do you dispose of a body? Can I use bleach? No, it took a left turn into Pornhub. And I don't have my details on that. I think I get the picture. Anyway, 7 minutes on Pornhub. I don't know. They may be about right for the national average. Maybe that's a little long, as a matter of fact. Anyway, what I thought we would do is just go through some of the details from this morning and prep for the afternoon. As expected, Nicholas Guarino took the stand. I think they took a little longer than they were supposed to, or than they had told us they might. With the balance of Sergeant Schmidt, because it took almost all right up to the break. We barely got Guarino on the stand to introduce himself, and we took that morning break. Yes, Kirk 7143. I need a camper van. Well, this is actually not horrible. I don't know if I got room here to stretch out. It's short, and I'm shorter. But that'd be kind of cool, actually. That may be the next phase as we travel around these various trial locations. Anyway, so the jury was at least well rested when they heard the end of the audio from the interviews with Mr. Walshe from back in January. The last one was the one, I think it was on the 8th. And we did get to hear Mr. Proctor again identify himself, but not do much more than that. Are you getting the sense that they may be trying to hide Proctor, which seems to be kind of the way it goes here in Massachusetts after he made a mess of everything? Because they pretended that Mr. Schmidt is the lead investigator, which is bizarre because he's not the state troopers. And remember, here in Massachusetts, whenever there is a murder involved, it automatically goes to the Massachusetts State Police. It's not a, hey, can we handle it? Do we have time? No. Whatever town, there are two exceptions, two municipality exceptions, and Cohasset is not one of them. So anyway, it just seems like they're minimizing Proctor. And so far, if I'm on the jury, I have no clue really who Proctor is. I heard him pipe up in a couple of these audio interviews, but that's about it. So I'm not exactly wondering why this guy is not taking the stand yet. But I think as we proceed through the law enforcement characters, they're going to fill in all of the holes without Proctor. Therefore, Proctor will not be necessary. And again, remember on yesterday when they had that lineup, which included DeChico, and it included, of course, Buchanan and 3 other officers. They might you might notice some of them are no longer in their positions they have been in as a result of the Karen Reed fiasco. Like Buchanan is now in some sort of training office, some sort of super secret hidden duty where he's not really doing legal work and law enforcement work. So Proctor could have been in that bunch if the court wanted to acknowledge, hey, I've got jurisdiction over you. You may be called in this case. So, we're watching you. Don't disappear. But he wasn't in that group. So that could be a further indication that they're not going to bring him in. Perhaps they will. Perhaps they won't. So, Missy points out, if you have any questions, throw them in the chat here, and we will move them, and I will take a look at them as we move along. Let me just get some good ones here. Jake Hanna, 78. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. from Perth, Western Australia. Crikey, mate. That's amazing. I've been to Australia twice now. Once I went to Dunk Island. Jake, are you with me on that? Dunk Island, pretty amazing. There was a book written about it, sort of a Robinson Crusoe-esque adventure. Small island, got all you need. On there now that it holds, maybe 20 people at a time. So went there once, and then the other time I went, stayed and hung out mostly in Sydney and in the city itself. Lovely city, beautiful. But I've never been over to Perth on the other side. And I'm going to. It's on my list. I hear that's a little more rural, a little more, what am I looking for here? Just kind of more down and dirty and real, right? Not like a city. So I got to check that out. And again, thank you, Jake. Appreciate that. Hey, yeah, I'm going to do that today during the lunch break. And you did hear the weather report. It's a nothing burger. We weren't sure. The judge had said yesterday, when we have our lunch break, by today, we'll have a clue, because it was death and destruction was coming our way. It was a nor'easter, and everybody was going to perish. Having done the weather, I know the game. It's unfortunate. It's sensationalized, get the eyeballs. But in reality, it's quite often far less than predicted. And so we got some rain here, and it's probably, let me check, 30, says 31 degrees, but I don't see any snow. I haven't seen a flake other than a couple of people in the courtroom. But this is going to stay this way according to the forecasts, and maybe the rain will intensify, but no snow. So the court, Judge Frenier, was concerned about releasing the jury at or about the time the snow was coming down, making their commute a bit treacherous. She decided not to do that, of course, because this is all we got. All right. Appreciate your on the ground coverage, Michael. Thank you. I appreciate that you appreciate that the appreciation is being appreciated, because sometimes days are a little clunky around here. Today much better than yesterday in terms of evidence, and we're going to get into that. Oh, this is good. This is good feedback from Donnie Not Wahlberg. Received, please do the right thing, magnet. Love it. All right, I had to do some Christmas shopping myself. Here's you got out fast, Michael. Are there more people in the gallery today? No, there really aren't. Yucca Valley. I left about quarter till, and even though I wasn't sure I was going to be inside or out, I can pop the Starlink up in a moment and hook up all the gear. Just a question of inside or out. As you can see, it looks like somebody has torn apart my apartment here. There's a chair. There's a ice chest here. You want a cool one? You want? I might have something in here for you. So yeah, this is I'm roughing it, but it's very, very comfortable actually compared to out there where I look cold, whether I am or not. I've been told you look cold. Anyway, so yeah, in the gallery, fewer today actually. I think some of them got scared away. My best friend, the mother of the defendant, her name's Diane. If you haven't seen my in-depth interview with her, you might want to check that out. But there were two people sitting in that same pew, and they do look like court pews. They're about as comfortable. Those folks are not there today. It is just mom all by herself sitting in that front row. How are the jury today? The jury's lovely, Sheila. Sheila, from the other side of the planet, she's in Ireland, as we know. The mug's in my office. She's in Ireland. It's a long story, but we always appreciate Sheila chiming in. Like I said, they were definitely perkier. I mentioned when we got to these documents that there are computer monitors. I think there are 3 total. Some of the furniture's in the way. I couldn't quite get all the way looking around it. So the 3 monitors, which is great if you're one of the 8 jurors in the front row. 16 total, 4 alternates who don't know who they are yet. But if you're in the back row, especially on the end, the far left or the far right, and those monitors are down there, fine for photos, and they've been great at pushing in on the parts of the photo that were important. But reading these documents, even though they are focusing as best they can on a very specific part of the document, I think it's a lost cause for those in the back row. And as I'm watching them, nobody's craning their neck. Nobody's like, hey, move over, buddy. I can't. No, they're more like, listening and letting it fly. If you're sitting right there in the front row or right behind the front row within that probably a good 10 people have a great view. And then the other 6 kind of on the outside. But they can hear, they've got ears. And I've been going through most of those and trying to come up with a timeline just for what's happening. Again, this computer that we're now on is the one that is officially Brian Walsh's laptop. Okay. I fully expect the defense is going to get up there and talk about how, well, it doesn't tell us who was using it. We got these 3 rascals in the house. Of course, they're 2, 4, and 6. So maybe only the 6-year-old could do much with it. But maybe there are others, not coworkers per se, friends, family, whatever. We can't tell unless maybe they did DNA swabs on the computer and his was the only DNA that came up on it. I doubt that would happen, but I guess that's one way you could suggest to the jury that, hey, that this is the only guy using it. Penguin Blue waving tear, Michael. If someone overhears the sidebar, is it illegal to discuss it? If it is not jury related. Illegal to discuss, it's probably a stretch. And again, if you're talking about like, if I hear one, sometimes they forget or in sort of a delay, they'll flip the white noise on. You hear that shh. That's the clerk that does that, but occasionally she'll forget and run over and flick it on. I could repeat that. And to be honest with you, as an officer of the court, I would only do that if I felt it was inconsequential. Remember, they're not trying to keep the information from us per se. They're trying to keep it from the jury. We just happen to be lost in the we're penalized because we're in the same situation as the jury. We're even a little bit further away. So if something were to be said that I'd use my own barometer on that and decide, is this worth reporting, or is it best we don't say anything, just in the off chance that it somehow does get back to the jury? My goal is not to screw up the process. My goal is not to become the story. Hey, there was a reporter and he reported blah, blah, blah. And now the jury's, there's a mistrial. So, I would weigh it very heavily before I would share. But I'm more likely you're going to hear just, bits and pieces that may or may not make much sense. Generally what the conversation is, because when the sidebar comes up earlier today, and we'd gone pretty well without sidebars for a while, but they related to the binder. That was the first thing, the big old binder that Nicholas Guarino brought in there. And I'm sure they talked about that ahead of time. I'm positive. It isn't something you just, spring on the other side. Hey, here's this binder. Mind if we just move this into evidence, the whole thing? I'm sure they were fine with doing that as a cumulative piece of evidence that was then individually identified, as we've seen them do, going through it page by page. It's the best way to do it. It's efficient. Defense, of course, wants to make sure there's not a sandbag surprise in there. And there was an objection that they went and talked about, which was just before the lunch break. And that had to do with the serial killer, also known as the trash bag killer. Remember that? There was a search for, let me zoom ahead in my notes here. There's so many searches that are just brutal. Brutal. Patrick Kearney, or is it Carney? He pronounces writes his name kind of like Aiden Carney does, but it seems to be pronounced with a Kearney, not a Carney. Let's see. Yeah, it's hard for me to tell. Rosemary Gallagher 3076, if there are any relatives of Vanna in the courtroom. On the other side, again, I call it the bride's side. I'm on the groom's side because it's a much better view of the jury. And bonus today, big monitor up there, huge TV. On that side of the gallery, not on the other side. So they got nothing on the other side. They've got to look across the courtroom, but it's a great TV. It's massive. So I see. I'm telling you, there are probably only 20 people on the other side today, and of that number, half or more were clicky clacking away. Some sort of journalist of some sort, independent, connected to one of the local TV stations, Court TV. Anyway. Hard to tell if there's one younger woman who's in the front row And I would assume if they're going to be there for the family, just an assumption, they're in that front row. So if I run into her this afternoon, I just might ask. But nobody that I could tell by sight is definitely with Anna as a supporter. And obviously for the defendant, we have mom there. So any reactions from her mom as she listens to her sons? She is stoic. She's just a flat line. And I know they show her a lot, pretty much a profile from the angle the camera has. But as I learned yesterday, she doesn't like to talk a lot, not very expressive. She lets her feet do her talking as she wanders away from you as quickly as possible. So I haven't seen certainly no what I call emotion. I've seen very little even activity. So no reaction is how I would describe it. Zero reaction. Let's see what we got here before I move along with some notes. Okay, got that. Yes, that is true. That is true. Okay, let me go back to the live comments. If I see anything zing by, I will stop and we'll chat. So after the audio was completed for the day, then we knew that Guarino was coming. The court is pretty good at the end of the day by getting kind of a preview from counsel. Hey, who's next, Commonwealth? On that front, before I forget, the boyfriend, the Washington, D.C. boyfriend, he will be on Thursday. That's the current schedule. They're working things around for that purpose. So that's going to be a good one. I will not be here. I'm heading back tonight. I'm trying to time. Let's talk about Brian Walshe taking the stand. Most anybody, attorney or otherwise, would have told you going into this guy's not taking the stand. It would be crazy. But when the new defense was announced, kind of changed the game. Who else can try to convince this jury? What other evidence would there be to convince this jury that that Anna Walshe was somehow just dead that night and discovered by Brian Walshe after he did some post-party cleanup? Nobody. So if you're giving up on that and just hoping that this blanket statement by your attorney, Mr. Tipton, during openings is enough, you don't testify. But if you're going all out on this story, you've got to testify. So I would be more surprised if he does not testify at this point. I mean, my opinion has shifted about 180 degrees based on this defense. Love to know when that's happening. Obviously, it's going to be the defense case. So I'm going to be monitoring that. If the timing works out, I will definitely pop back up here because that's something I would love to see in person. I can't. You can tell from the interviews that were done and that have played now for this jury, the guy's not afraid to talk. He seems pretty self-assured. He's certainly able to crush whatever emotions you might have in the moment and laugh and just act like, hey, there ain't a thing wrong. That's a talent that could come in handy if he does testify. Every time I was listening to those audio interviews, I'm thinking 3 days ago, this guy even if you believe him, found his wife dead, chopped her up and sprinkled her body about, or killed her, chopped her up and sprinkled her body about. Either scenario, how is this guy so beyond calm, cool, and collected? He's downright gregarious with these cops. So that's my take anyway on those interviews and how I think the jury might be weighing that. Because until he came up with that defense, it didn't make a lot of difference. He knew nothing, right? He knew nothing. And of course, he didn't tell the cops. And that's why his attorney, Mr. Tipton, first thing out of his mouth during his opening statement was, Brian Walshe lied. Brian Walshe lied. He lied to the cops. Yep, he did. Every interview, you hear him lying to the cops because if you believe his story, he knew exactly what was going on and where his wife was. This is my mobile studio shutting down. It'll be fine, but it does turn on the overhead light so I can exit safely from the vehicle. I believe that will turn off. Anyway, so then we get into Guarino. What do you think about him? Everybody knows so much about him. Somebody asked me, hey, what about those 32,000 emails that he never saw in the Sandra Birchmore case? You know that story. I would ask him that question. He's out in the hallway. I would ask that question, except for I'm in Massachusetts. which means that question alone could be interpreted as witness intimidation, right? And I could be hauled away because suggesting to a witness who is about to testify that he may have either falsely or incompletely testified in another trial could be construed as intimidation. So I would never ask him that question, and it won't come up unless there's a way to use it as impeachment. It's certainly not relevant for the purposes of this case. If somebody leads him down the road, sir, in cross-examination, isn't it important that when you're looking at all of this digital information, you look at all of it, that you don't leave anything out? And I'm sure you did that in this case because you're a professional, and you would know the importance of looking at all the emails, looking at all of the digital footprint. If you could walk him down that road, get him to commit in some way, maybe it's still very prejudicial and it could outweigh any probative value, but maybe you could get into a question, well, sir, isn't it true in another case you testified? And then, Katie bar the door if that comes in. Just because this jury, which we have to assume is a blank slate, they wouldn't know in context what it really means. Who knows? Maybe they're lying about what they know about this case. Maybe they know more than they might about the Karen Reed case compared to this one. Do you think there's anybody that followed the Karen Reed case that doesn't know about this case? I would say no. I would say not a chance in hell that if you were following that the Karen Reed case, this case. So anyway, let's look at some of the searches. Well, I'm thinking about, these are just devastating in my opinion, but then I'm going to tell you why they can be argued for the defense. Okay. So with that setup, let's look at some of them that I found most interesting. Let's look at the cross-examination first. I apologize. Let's do that because we had a chance to see Mr. Tipton in action and see what he focused on with Mr. Schmidt. They talked about the financial records. The story there we've talked about, that there was some planning that should he go to jail for his art fraud issues, if Brian Walshe went to jail, then maybe we need to have our financial house in order, right? And somehow changing, looking at the finances with that in mind was legitimate and makes perfect sense. I think there is some credibility there, in the big scheme of things, maybe not, but in and of itself, that concept doesn't offend me. But okay, this guy may be out of the picture. How do we protect the family, the assets? I'm okay with that. So he pointed that out on a cross-examination. There was some interesting information about the airline trip, the tickets that showed Anna Walshe going to Dublin, to Belgrade. I think she go to France once. It was Air France that she was on. So there's a lot of traveling around that, in theory, Brian Walshe didn't know about. So I guess there's suggestion that he didn't know everything, and this all goes to the defense belief and argument that he didn't know about the affair. There's no evidence, and that was reinforced with the detective, Sergeant Schmidt. No evidence found that he knew about the affair, and that's going to be critical. Why? Because that's one of the motives. If it's not a money motive, then it's an affair motive, and if you can diffuse the affair motive, you're partway there, because do it, if not for money, if not because there was an affair. What else did he focus on? Here's an interesting practice trick. When you have an objection sustained against you, or one of your objections is overruled, you got to just pick up and go on. You don't sit there and fester about it. And the last thing you want to know, let the jury know, is that you just lost a point, right? Never let them see you sweat. So here's the tactic for Mr. Tipton. Here's what he does. Objection, blah, blah, blah. I lose. In any event, and then he goes on into the next. So in any event, that's his, I just got slapped, but I'm moving on. In any event, so be ready. Be ready for your in any events. They'll be coming. And then there was a reference to agreeing, Mr. Schmidt, Detective Schmidt, Sergeant Schmidt, whatever you may be at the moment, that it's kind of a default position that people would suspect the spouse in any missing spouse situation. In other words, water down any suspicion that this jury hears. yeah, we were looking at him and here's why. Well, what always do? So it doesn't mean it's always right. They always do that. And so the defense tried to make some points by suggesting not a big deal if they were looking at the husband in this case. He didn't do it, but that's natural to suspect that he would. Okay, so then we get into all of the electronics. Now, remember, there were search warrants, there was a verbal consent, and that all became a big battle prior to trial because a lot of the geolocation information barely touched on it here, talking about going to Lowe's, talking about something. This was not geolocation specific, but it sets that up. Those were the key things that they were trying to keep out because it's basically a trail of body parts, in theory, being dropped. It's really the junk. And we saw from some of the bags, a purse I saw in there, the COVID card, right? These things that are very clearly personal to Honor Walshe. Now, maybe I threw my COVID card away about a month ago. I don't ever want to see it again. That ended up in the trash. I'm still not dead and missing. So there can be legitimate reasons for things like that being gone. Okay. So then we get into the MacBook, which is, again, Brian Walsh's MacBook. Officially, we're going to hear that maybe not the only guy that had access to it. So let's just look at some of these searches. These are just on their face. They're brutal. On their face, they give the defense a hassle that they got to work around. Okay, and the series is unbelievable. Okay, so we're now on January 1st. Remember, if this is about 2 hours after, if you believe the defendant in the opening anyway, the defendant found his wife Anna dead, just plopped right off the bed. Okay, this is at 4:52 in the morning. Best way to dispose of a body. Okay, at 4:54, 10 ways to dispose of a body. Parentheses if you really need to. Close paren. That one I think was revisited almost an hour later, 5:47, same one. Didn't like the answer he got the first time, I guess, or whomever did the searches. 4:55, how long before a body starts to smell? I don't know. I had a couple of college roommates that were still alive, and it was pretty bad. 4:56, how long for someone to be missing to inheritance? We know that these searches, how's long to learn how to type should be another one. We know a lot of these searches, grammar goes right out the window. That was 4:56. 6:25-ish. I wasn't sure about the time, but very close. How long for someone to be missing? And I'm not sure what else was left in there. I missed the part of that. Then at 7:48, there was a Lowe's search. And then how many cadaver dogs are there? So he's asking about cadaver dogs as well. So maybe that's a thought process that, backyard might not be good. Maybe spreading her body parts around would be a better idea. 9:33, how long does DNA last? Longer than you'd like. 9:34, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? I mean, that's about as specific as it gets. 9:35, can identification be made on partial human remains? You start to see, almost a mindset change here. Now, we know that he buys the hacksaw. We know he buys all the cleaning material. But as it unfolds with these searches, it sounds almost like whoever was doing the searches, they're thinking first, how do I get rid of the body? How can a cadaver dog find it? How about parts? How about disposing of the body? Then how about identifying body parts? You see what I'm thinking here? That it didn't begin as a dismemberment, but that's where he got, based on his thought process, that planting her whole might make it easier to find her, either electronically or with dogs. DNA, we did that one. 9:35. Oh, no, I did that one right. 9:41. How do you dispose of a cell phone? Okay, well, that clearly could have been a few different things. Let me check my power source here. Yep, we're still on. The Starlink is very, it likes power. Once the power goes out, so we're good. 9:59, how to dispose of a computer. Again, those seem to me not to be all that difficult, but okay, he's thorough. Somebody's thorough. 10:28. My Wi-Fi is missing. Oh, sorry, my wife is missing. What should I do? Now that search is okay. And if you believe, not that he died and not that she died and he's trying to get rid of her, but if in fact you go with what I'm sure was story number one, which was my wife's missing. So he does a search that supports that, and that's at 10:28. Now we're in the morning again, or mid-morning. 10:30, your spouse is missing, and you want a divorce. I think that was a bad sitcom once, wasn't it? 11:28, best ways to dispose of body parts. And also at 11:28, 6 ways to dispose of a body. Murder, murder, murder. I'm not sure why that tag was put on there. 11:30, this was the Patrick Carney, where he was described as the trash bag killer and a serial killer. And I looked it up, and boom, and immediately that's what you get on Wikipedia. Picture, nicknames. And so that was objected to by Tipton. The court had a sidebar and then instructed the jury to ignore that last question and answer about Patrick Carney. I am surprised that it got that far. I would think with the objections that took place prior to admission of any of this material, that one would have been flagged, because that's so prejudicial. And how probative is that? I found it interesting. I was not an expert in Patrick Carney, but apparently he was prolific. I think it was back in the 40s. So then they got back on track with 11:41, cleaning up a dead body. Okay. 11:44, how to clean blood from a wood floor. Okay, now that in and of itself does not bother me. You know, I think folks know my dog Domino. Domino had he shakes so hard it's unbelievable. I mean, just like nose to tail, and he in the winter, especially when he's 3 now, so it was a couple years ago maybe when it first started, he would get cracks on the top of those ears, and because it was cold, dry, and he would shake. And of course, the more it felt irritated by being dry, the more he would shake, they would split open. And there would be times, if we weren't on top of it, that he'd shake his head and it would look like a crime scene. And there would be blood on the wood floor. Now, I just got some cleaning stuff and wiped it up. I didn't have to go search, how do I clean blood off a wood floor? But my point is, Dedham sirens. My point is, it could happen. You could make that search, like, how do I get these blood spots out of my wood floor? In and of itself, in the mix of everything else he searched, maybe not so much. By the way, we had to put the dog in, and some folks may remember, maybe it was only a year or so ago, I'd be walking the dog, and he'd have like this hood on, and it was a hood specifically designed to kind of keep their ears still, for any injury that you're trying to heal. But it's, it just looks miserable to me. And so I didn't like it. I said, we're not going to do that. We're going to have just some Neosporin, some ointment, and we're going to keep it on there all the time. And so as it's healing, even when he shakes his head, there's a better chance it's going to, stay intact. We'll use the ointment kind of as a seal. Finally, it worked. We need to start doing it again because it's wintertime. And I think that's what does it. Just starts cracking that thin skin that's on the ears. Anyway, bigger problems for Brian Walshe. Can I use bleach to clean blood from my wood floors? Okay. I mean, some of these are just, to me, dumb. I mean, grab any cleaning solution. Okay. What does bleach do to a dead body? Now, that sounds to me, that's a 1210. That sounds to me more like, can I dissolve a body with it? I'm waiting for, lye, I think, is the preferred choice of those who are trying to dissolve bodies. Want to get away with murder? Use special bleach. I think that might have been a YouTube video. That was at 12:18. 12:21. Is it better to throw away crime scene clothes or burn them? I think is what it was. I couldn't write as fast as, they were flowing the way they were getting these. And I do believe this is critical evidence for the Commonwealth. And I think you take a little time, let it sink in, but there's also some power to the repetition and the speed with which these things are thrown out there. It's like bam, 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 more and more. It just gets to be cumulative and very powerful. 12:48, how to clean blood with hydrogen peroxide. Now, I'm not sure there's a reason to use hydrogen peroxide. You know what that is? That's that foamy stuff that you put on cuts and things like that. I don't know. It wouldn't be my first choice as a cleaning aid. Should I use hydrogen peroxide 8 on blood stains on concrete? Okay, so now you're getting a sense of the crime scene, the dismemberment scene. Some of it in the house, some of it out on a patio or a garage. I mean, why would you need cement and wood flooring? Why would you want to be cleaning both of those? 143. Can the FBI tell when you accessed your phone? Yeah, well, obviously we know the whole story there, and Guarino is the guy that does it. 152. Does the dishwasher clean blood? Now that's something I've never tried. I've never put anything bloody in the dishwasher, so I can't answer that. I would assume yes is the short answer, especially if it's hot, steamy water and you've got good old-fashioned soap in there. And I think the last one I was able to get to before oh no, I got a few more. 152. Is it possible that a knife retains? I think it's DNA. I think it's my note. I think says DNA. Oh, just horrible writing. Let's see. Girl on the side taking notes. Looks like. Okay. I'm trying to picture where the camera is shown. Oh, that's the girl. There are two people. She's sitting right by the bailiff, right? There is a bailiff or court officer. I can't remember what they call him here. He's basically one of the two in charge of Brian Walshe. When the jury leaves, he and another bailiff swoop in, put all the cuffs on Brian Walshe. Side by side, they escort him out, never leave his side. Don't know what happens in the bathroom, but they're right there with him up until then, at least. Come back in, and then he's camped there. And you're right, there's a woman sits next to him. I don't know her role. Obviously, I think she's with, I would think she's with the Commonwealth, the DA's office, but I don't know for sure. I'll have to check that out. But you think it looks like McCabe? Okay. All right. I'll look more closely this next time. How long will it take the jury to render a guilty verdict? Well, KC 1125. The first person that tells you they know the answer to that question is mentally ill. Nobody knows how long it will take. You get a feel, but you never know. That's what makes. That's why we follow these things, even in real life or in the vicarious nature of true crime. Nobody knows. First of all, we got 16 people there. 4 of them are going to go bye-bye. Okay. What if one of those 4 is dead set on, hey, he chopped up the body and got rid of it. I get that. Tell me one thing you have seen. This is a good time to get into this. One thing you've seen in these searches or in any other evidence that did not affect his mindset post-mortem. How are you going to prove murder, the intent to kill somebody, when all your evidence is after the fact? This is all the stuff we've been talking about, all these searches. That's all after the fact. How do you get this? How do I get a body? It's all after the fact. That means nothing in terms of intent to murder. Okay. So you could get one of those 4 jurors that's going to be released as an alt that is dead set on holding the prosecution to that level of proof. That I got some doubts about what happened prior to her death. This is a first-degree murder case. You got to prove intent. Where is it? I could see that happening. So if one of them's in the alts and they're gone and the other 12 are lockstep guilty, won't take very long. But what if one of those or 2 of those that say, look, I see the dismemberment, disgusting, horrible. Where's the intent to murder? They could hang a jury, which of course in this case would be an amazing victory for the defense, because it's human nature to hear all this stuff and what they're going to hear and think, that's a lot of circumstantial evidence that this guy killed his wife, and he's dismembered her and sprinkled her body parts about. So I would say it'll take as long as it takes to get to a verdict. That's my professional opinion. Oh, this is nice. Thank you, KC1125. Oh, you're the one. That's when we had the comment about McCabe. I didn't see the first part. Member for 4 months. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. On the membership thing, because last week was the holiday, and so we kind of took the week off for the book club. And I'm thinking it's time, maybe we'll refresh. Maybe we'll wait, till the first of the year. People got stuff going on. We're in the middle of this trial. Maybe we'll wait. We'll launch a new book first of the year for the members. If you have suggestions, let me know. I'm leaning toward Jodine Weber's former special agent for the FBI, Jodine Weber. She has a great book, which is technically a novel. It is technically fiction, but she's used a lot of her life experience as an FBI agent and as a human, and somebody who's had some health conditions related to 9/11. Anyway, I think that it's a very interesting combination that we might want to get into. But if you think of something else, let me know. I'm kind of starting a list. But that's, again, Casey, thank you so much for your membership over these 4 months. Sometimes listening to some of those audio recordings, I felt like I was in the courtroom for 4 months. Yikes. It was bad. I mean, there was, I think it was great to get the overall tone of this dude. But that's it. That is it. Thanks, Michael. I had to go shovel. Yeah, well. Something's wrong. Oh, I'm back. That was weird. Yeah, Deborah, tell us where you are. Give us a sense of. Curious. I don't know. I'm checking my knobs and buttons. Curious. It could be the weather. So bear with me. I may have to truncate our lunch. Missy, stand by. If I do, you might run. Last night, Misdemeanor was on. And we had a great time. It was great fun. And we've cut that into a couple of chunks. So stand by with those, Missy, if you could, from the ones that were posted last night. I think there's a 9-minute chunk, and I think there might be another 10, 12-minute chunk. So what time we got? Yeah, we're about 20 till. I'll probably bail out at about 5 till, give or take. Anyway, so stand by with that, Missy. You never know. You might have to do that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Missy says she's got me. Okay, and I think it is weather related because we're in a pretty good spot here for all of the skies. Okay, Lebanon, New Hampshire. Yeah, I think that's ground zero. Obviously, New Hampshire. Yeah, New Hampshire is inland, and the temperatures, because there's a little bit dropping into weatherman mode. There's an upslope, basically to the geography, and whenever you have that upslope, not just is it increase in, I should say, decrease in temperature, increase in likelihood of snow, based on elevation, but the way the air mass moves condenses that. So here's the tip of the day: lapse rate. You know what that is? That's how cold it gets as you go higher in elevation. Obviously, it changes with different air masses, but in general, 3 degrees per 1,000 feet. So if you're here, like I am, where it's about 32 degrees, give or take, if I went up 1,000 feet, it would be 28, 29, more likely to be snowing. So anyway, where was I? Uh-oh. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. Plow truck here a lot, I'll bet. But it's, if you don't have to go anywhere, it's actually kind of cool, right? To be that way. Kirk said, Mike's not going to any lawns, especially if there's, yeah. I remember when I was at the jury view for Karen Reed 2, and somebody put that rock on the lawn, and nobody, there were a lot of cops there. I mean, they cordoned off the street. We couldn't be any closer than, if you recall, 34 Fairview is one house from the corner. So we got to be on that corner, one full house width away. So I couldn't see it, from where I was. We learned about it after the fact. But my thought was, why didn't the cops see it? Somebody should have seen it. It was so out of place. And then if you read it, it said Albert. Was it singular or plural? Anyway, it would have been so clearly wrong to just leave it there. Yeah, I think in New Hampshire they got more than enough snow to track a cat. I think they do. This is the following up now. We're going to be pretty soon. Deborah, just give us your address. No. The west side of New Hampshire near Vermont. We're in the valley. We get slammed. Yeah, I'll bet from both sides. Yeah. But good skiing. You got to be a skier. Got to be a skier. The rock. That rock was always, it was sus. Definitely was sus. I've gotten addicted to just doing some doom scrolling through the chat. Just excuse me while I have a conversation here with myself. Here. I'm not very good about self-promotion of the channel. I should be. LKB is perfect for that. And by the way, if you're wondering where the hell she went, I have not been searching how to get rid of a co-host. She's on assignment. Anyway, I think we know that the Aiden Carney case is consuming her. Princess, I love this channel. You won't find anyone else on YouTube with Inside the Courtroom reporters streaming live at lunch with all the insights. That is true. And Ms. Demeter last night asked me, because she was at Adelson when I went down there, and she asked, are there any people from Adelson that you see here? And I said, no, nobody. I mean, it's very, regional. Even the Court TV coverage, it was, I think it was, gosh, I'm trying to remember. I can't remember now which of the women reporters it was for Court TV, but she was in Adelson, and up here, Matt has kind of become the guy for anything Norfolk County. He was here for both Karen Reed's. I'm the only one that's been at both. Not that that's a big deal. It's just more a reflection of regional type coverage. So I appreciate you pointing that out, Princess. Oh, here's some inside info. Thanks, Missy. Who's asking about wood and concrete floors? That's a pretty good theory. That is from Dizzy that she's taken that theory, I believe. I'd like to know more, obviously, and the jury's going to have to learn more about all of this. I think some of the questions were just plain dumb, but I don't know enough about this guy. I don't know. He's no DIY guy, apparently, because I would not have to ask any of those questions. I would just do. And, of course, don't forget to do that, because with Linda Kenny Baden not here, I'll never remember. Okay, let's see. Let's see where I ran out. 1233, hacksaw, best tool for dismembering a body. Now, as a DIY guy, I have to think about that. I got a lot of saws. I got a lot of tools. Here's a story. Here's a story for you. And Joe Tacopina. This is a Joe Tacopina story. I first met him when I was covering a case in Essex County, New Jersey, and it was Melanie McGuire. McGuire is definitely her last name. Was it Melanie? Melanie McGuire. She was a fertility nurse that was accused of killing and chopping up her husband. I don't think he was a boyfriend. I think he was a husband. Okay. What did they use? You go to the experts. You want to come up with, the best tool to use for dismembering a body? A Sawzall. Now, do you know what a Sawzall is? If you're a DIYer at all, a Sawzall is a reciprocating saw. So it's a power tool that has like either a 6 to 10-inch blade, depending on what you're trying to cut up. You can get them for metal. You can get them for wood. I do not believe, I'll have to look at Home Depot. I do not believe there's a specific blade for bone, but I would take the wood blade for that, because it's got, the teeth are further apart. If you use a metal blade, the teeth are tiny and close together. They're going to get clogged up. So you use the thicker, more separated teeth like you would for cutting wood. And I think you go right through the bone. So that's what they used in that case. Now, Joe Tacopina is an amazing attorney, as we know from our interviews with him, from watching him in the ASAP Rocky case. He's now with in the Wendy Williams S that may become a trial. We'll see with her guardianship. But it's like, oh, I'm back. Melanie McGuire is in prison, and I think she's actually there's a parole opportunity there. I got to check the dates because it was probably 15 years or more ago that I covered that case. But that when they went all out. Now the problem with the reciprocating saw, it's noisy. It is very loud. So if you're trying to cut up a body on the QT, that's not the tool for you. You got to go with something else. Hacksaw, maybe, but I don't like that those teeth are so close together because you do tend to clog. I might have gone with like more of a traditional wood saw. You also get a wood saw has a longer stroke, so you have more cutting with each stroke. You know, the hacksaw, it's more, choppy. So, okay, so he looked for TJ Maxx, how to remove a hard drive from an Apple computer, how to saw a body, how to dismember a body. The theme was pretty consistent here. Details of dismemberment in a murder trial. So he's basically, what if he came up upon the Melanie McGuire case? He's looking for people that have had the experience that he doesn't have, which in any other situation is a good idea, but not when you're trying to chop up your wife. Can you be convicted of murder without a body? So, I mean, he's thinking it through. He is thinking it through, again, assuming that he's the one that did all of these searches. And then just as I left, we were getting to the Pornhub stuff, which I think it's an aside. Yes, if they're using it to suggest that that there's marital discord, and so he's left with porn. I just think it's a reach. I think it's far too prejudicial, and I don't know that it's all that probative and things, but it's in, and the jury can do with it what they wish. Okay, so coming up this afternoon, you're gonna have more Gorino. Obviously, I think based on the thickness of that binder, I mean it's like this thick. It was thick. Maybe he's the only guy. When we finished day one, which was interminable with the audio, Greg Connor, the prosecutor, said, "We're ahead of schedule, Judge." How in the hell are you ahead of a schedule? I mean, you barely got this guy on, and he's boring you through these interviews, and you're ahead of schedule? We'll see what he says at the end of today. I think it is helpful that we're going to get to go all the way till 4, though. So, and then guess who's sitting next to me in court? Who showed up about midday? Guess? Anybody? Anyone to guess? Throw some guesses out there. Okay, I'll tell you what the plan is. Well, some guesses might be coming in. I don't know if anybody's going to guess, but be logical about it. Do I see any guesses here? No. I'm just not fast enough on the clicker here. Appreciate you covering. I wasn't going to watch, but I'm hanging on a cliff. Don't do that. You might want to do a Google search. Dangers of hanging on a cliff. Scott McGinnis, who I think is going to join me tonight for the 6 o'clock. Joey Kane was a good guess. But yeah, Scott McGinnis is here. They let him in the courthouse. No flag. He's flagless. And so we'll have him on tonight. I think I'm going to stick around and do it from here. My dilemma is, obviously, I can't get back to the home studio if I leave at 4. So I may be back in the mobile studio here, and then no room for 2 of us in the mobile studio. So Scott lives within an hour, but I will reconnect with him electronically, and we'll share insights. He was really interested in seeing the jury, which is the key component to being here. And that you can kind of get a feel for a lot of stuff, not everything, not the stuff that goes down out in the hallway, which is always intriguing to me. Some of the best stuff happens out in the hallway, but the jury and how they're reacting to various pieces of evidence, how they're reacting to people. That can only happen from being here. So he was concerned about that, very interested. We'll talk about that tonight. And I'm sure all of this, the cross-pollination of Karen Reed, and Sandra Birchmore and Brian Walshe, and all these Norfolk County cases will be on the table. So, yeah, Scott, I know he was not feeling so well yesterday, so he took the day off. I was wondering what happened in Aiden's case yesterday, but clearly last night he did not want to discuss it. Well, you know, the hearing on Friday, we can touch on this briefly. The hearing on Friday, first of all, I spent some time over the weekend. I think I'm audibilizing right now. I think I'm going to do a members only one day this week, maybe, I don't know, maybe, boy, it's a tough time. Maybe a lunch special. I went over the Cosgrove response, which we know was 8 days late, and it's a joke. I don't even think he wrote it. I think he had somebody else write it who thought it was clever to just try to outdo Betterow in terms of writing. But the arguments made are a joke, and the way he ignores the things that are most important, a joke. Here's the bigger challenge. The new judge, Bezros, I know I'm butchering that, but the guy who's now been anointed as the judge for all Aidan Kearney matters in this area, not in New Jersey. I think there's going to be a challenge immediately that we will learn whether he is, what's the word I'm looking for, a dick or a good judge. He's both prosecutor that has just flaunted a deadline, saying deadlines aren't for me. And remember, this is Cosgrove, Robert Cosgrove, special prosecutor Cosgrove, who in this courtroom right here behind me has begged for extensions of time over and I used to think they're a suggestion. Here, I don't. They're just a hint. Maybe. And so when you blow a deadline, there's no consequence. Why not just keep blowing deadlines? So that is totally ignored in the opposition brief, of course, while he poops on everything Betterow has written and done, which was done timely, of course. So this judge has the opportunity to say, Mr. Cosgrove, appreciate your 26 pages of drivel, but you've waived any right to respond because you didn't make the deadline. Not only that, you never picked up the phone. You never called. You never reached out to the court or to opposing counsel to say, hey, I've got a problem. Until the day you file. The day you file your late papers, you put a notice on to the court. Hey, court, mind if I file these late because I kind of had a lot of things going on? No, that's too late, Mr. Cosgrove. Too bad. Motion granted. Now, remember, it's a motion to dismiss. That doesn't happen lightly. I don't know that it would happen in this case. There may be other sanctions that the court imposes, but to wait that long to file your response without any sort of contact with the court or with opposing counsel is inexcusable. And if this judge, that's all I know, if this judge is good or not, if he does nothing to Cosgrove, even if it's just a little tongue lashing, not good enough. If there is no consequence for what Cosgrove has done, then this guy's just another dick on the bench, and we can expect nothing better from him than we've seen from everybody else that's been involved in these Aidan Kearney cases. Okay, so I wanted to go through that because I went through it and I'm like, oh my God, look at this, and look at I wrote this. And what does this mean? What a joke! I even had to resort to my dictionary. I happen to have, and maybe the only one, maybe I have it here with me. Hold on. So I like to go everywhere I go with it. Let's see. Hold on. I got it here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I had to resort to my dictionary. See my dictionary? See that? It's the special, see that? Special Buchanan edition of the dictionary. Because there's some words used in the brief. You know, I don't know why is he doing it as a joke, or is he trying to impress people? Hagfic, comiums, anodyne, risible. So I had to go to my special dictionary to get those answers. Anyway, that's something I wanted to get done. This trial kind of got in the way, and then I was in Plymouth last week, and then I was in Salem last week. Things kind of got bunched up. I definitely want to go through that because I spent a lot of time, and I want to share some of the thoughts that I have. December 5th, getting back to this. that is now not going to be the hearing of this thing. No, at 2:15, it's a Zoom hearing to kind of sort out where they are and what they're going to do next. That's a bad sign for the new judge. It's a bad sign. So I have no high hopes. I don't even have medium hopes. I have low hopes for this guy. So let's see what happens. Anyway, let me wrap this up. Yeah. Oh, man, we did pretty well with Starlink. They're going to be coming back any second now. I see the fan is spinning. Let me see if there's anything else anything else that I have missed before we head back in there. No. Yeah, I just keep thinking about that Cosgrove response. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. Let me check here one more thing before we head out. Got that? Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to be reporting again at 6 from somewhere, and then Scott will join. What I'll do is the same thing I did yesterday. I did a little post wrap up just as a video, and I'll just post that with some thoughts on some high points, and then a tease to tonight where we will really get into whatever that's been happening, because I think it's just a better way to do it. It gives a brief to those that have been following all day, and allows for the normal evening show to kind of fill in the blanks. I'm looking at some of my notes I had from Plymouth, the Plymouth court, which is where we haven't talked about the removal either, the federal removal. Remember, Karen Reed is the defendant in the wrongful death action brought by John O'Keefe State, his parents, against Karen and the two bars, right? That's a living standalone case in Plymouth. Then Karen files her case in Bristol, and there's been all this chatter about, do we combine those? And in the Zoom hearing from last week, counsel for the plaintiff it's Mr. Dillard in the wrongful death case said, yeah, let's do it for discovery. Then, first part of the week, the defendants in the Karen Reed suit file what's called a removal motion. They're trying to remove the case from state court into federal court. Now, that has a lot of ramifications. And I don't know if they may be careful what they wish for, because once they get into the federal system, it's going to be fast. It's not going to be dicking around like they do in state court here in Massachusetts. So that's one thing. And that speed's going to cost money, because you're going to have attorneys that are moving faster, getting discovery quicker. That's going to cost you money. And as you know, they've got some GoFundMe or one of those pages where they're cranking up some pretty serious donations. The fly in the ointment is that, remember, there are two entities that are going to be added. That's the Canton Police and the Massachusetts State Police. And they're waiting to go through the administrative process where they get denied at the administrative level. Then they're added to the lawsuit. Those folks, that may destroy the diversity that gets them into federal court in the first place. So we'll see. Looks like I see that our man of the hour is coming back into the courtroom there, Missy. He is shackled with his two escorts. So I have my assignment. I'm going to find out what I can about the woman that's taking notes over there that sits next to the bailiff or the court clerk. And then I'm going to try to find out if there's any other family members representing Anna in the courtroom. Okay. I got my assignment. Okay, guys, thanks for joining. I'm going to get out of here and get back up, and we will see you later tonight. Scott McGinnis will be joining here at Justice Served TV. So thanks again, and enjoy. I'll be posting from inside the courtroom.
Yeah.
You are unmuted.
Thank you. Start with the note. I'm just going to stay here for now.
I can see the lawyers at the side of them. Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering.
One in my head, one in my hands.
Put us back in session. You may be seated.
And you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Marino, I just want to finish with that. Can you just remind me of the exhibit number in front of you on the binder?
Yes, it's Exhibit 79.
I just want to finish with Exhibit 79 with the, going back to initially page 598, record 2193. If you could just tell me the title for that.
Yes, Patrick Kearney, Google search.
Okay. And going then to page 600, record 2198.
Yes, this is Patrick Kearney, Wikipedia.
And could you please tell me the date and time for that?
Yes, January 1st, 2023, 11:57 a.m.
And in the course of your investigation, did you do anything to determine who Patrick Kearney was?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do to determine who Patrick Kearney was?
I went to the Wikipedia site that the user of the laptop went to.
And what did you learn?
That Patrick
Overruled.
Kearney was called the trash bag killer.
Thank you. Trooper, I want to ask you if you were able to, I want to ask you about what day you received your search warrants from the court. You had previously told us that it was January 10th of 2023. Is that correct?
No, I messed up the days.
What date was it?
I got the warrants on January 9th. I did the device extractions on the 10th.
Thank you. So that's still of 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. So, Trooper Carino, you made a forensic copy of the iPad Mini 6. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And that was item number 7 that you gave in the lab. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And after getting that search warrant on January 9th, how did you make the forensic copy of the device of the iPad Mini 6?
So I used Gray Key, which is specialized hardware and software, to extract the information from the device so we could look at it later.
Okay. And what date did you use the Gray Key?
That was January 10th of 2023.
Okay. And can you just explain the process to the jurors of using the Gray Key?
Yes, so we get the device, we plug it into the system. If a passcode is known, you enter the passcode. If not, it has the ability, depending on iOS and Apple product model, to brute force the passcode to guess it. And it can take anywhere from days to years.
Okay. And then once the information is extracted or a copy is made, what do you do with the data?
So we save it from the Gray Key server to our secure server so we can load that into whatever forensic software we want to use to look at it, whether it be Sidebahhh or Axiom.
Because it's not in a readable format at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's in an encrypted zip file.
Okay. And where is the actual device now, that iPad Mini 6?
That's at the Norfolk DA's office evidence room.
Okay. And after you made the forensic copy, then what did you do?
Well, the device would stay in evidence, and then we would load that, like as I said, into our forensic software to start looking at the information.
And what software did you use?
I use Sidebahhh for this one, their
Okay.
physical analyzer.
Trooper, had you previously examined this device, that same device, the iPad Mini 6?
Yes, I had.
And when was that?
January 7th of 2023.
And how did you have possession of the iPad Mini 6?
It was given to us by Brian Walshe, the police.
And what forensic tool did you use when you first examined the iPad Mini that Brian Walshe gave to you?
I used the same products. I used Gray Key for the extraction and then Sidebahhh Physical Analyzer to view the data.
And at that time, did you have the password?
Yes, I did.
And what was the password for that device?
121212.
And after making a forensic copy of the data, what did you do with the iPad that the police received from Brian Walshe on January 7th?
Devices were returned to Brian Walshe.
And was that same device in the Walshe residence on January 8th when you executed the search warrant?
Yes, it was.
And how do you know that it was the same device?
So when we plug a system into Gray Key, It creates a progress report showing the date and time that we plugged it in, the process it goes through, and creates a PDF. When we plug that same device in days later, as long as the extraction has been deleted off the server, it rereads and knows this is the same device, same serial number. The hash value for the information may be different because time has changed, so user input and changes to the device will show. So,
But the serial number's the same.
yeah, serial number is the same. The Apple ID, the model number, all that stays the same.
And who assigns the serial number?
Apple, when it's manufactured.
Okay. So when you examined the device on January 10th, after the search warrant issued, did you determine who the iPad, whose Apple ID, for this iPad, whose Apple ID was associated with it?
Yes, I did.
And what was the Apple ID?
BRW@tensaleconsulting.com.
And was there a device name?
Yes, Brian's iPad.
And when you first examined the iPad Mini 6 on January 7th, what was the Apple ID?
The same, BRW@tensaleconsulting.
And what was the device name?
Again, the same, Brian's iPad.
Were you limited in the dates that the search warrant allowed you to examine?
Yes.
Sure.
Trooper, the warrant that you wrote, that you sought, you limited the dates to 12/25/22 through January 8th of 2023 for the data that you could look at. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you followed those dates when you were doing your search?
Yes, you're able to edit the information down to that set time frame.
And so you did an examination of the web history for the iPad mini, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you did it for both initially for when Mr. Walshe had given you the device, and then you did it again when you sought a search warrant. You did 2 extractions of that and analysis, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Your Honor, that has been marked as exhibit number 8. Previously as exhibit number 8.
And noting the prior objections, any new objections? That's item number 7, is that correct?
That is item number 7, the iPad mini. Thank you.
Okay, so I now marked and in evidence as exhibit 80 is the extraction for item 7, the
Thank you. And my,
iPad mini 6.
may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And Trooper, I'll show you the cover has report 1 and report 2. And there's a yellow piece of paper that divides them.
Okay.
Can you just tell me the difference, report 1 and report 2, when those were done?
Yes. So report 1 was just an extraction of the web history that I created to send out in email format on January 7th. And just go to the next page here.
So that was from when Brian Walshe gave police the device.
That's correct.
And report 2?
Yes, let me just get to it. And report 2 is post that. This has a date of 11/10/2025 using, again, physical analyzer for the web history.
Okay, and that's from the search warrant content, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what makes the PDF reports different besides one was given to police and one was based on a search warrant?
Yeah, so Sidebahhh and all of these companies, they come out with constant software updates. This is a far older version of Sidebahhh that I used. This is just a newer version, so it might have some columns extra that the older version didn't have.
So you're pointing, and if
I'm
you
sorry,
could just
yes.
if you could just use your words.
Yes. Yeah, so each report has different columns. It's the same information, but it's just extra. It may have an extra column of information. That's the only difference.
So the second report in the file, that software was updated, is what you're saying?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. So you said that the binder contains the web history from the iPad. So those are the same? The web history is the same?
Yes, I nothing was taken out from the web history. It's whatever was there from that date and time frame.
Okay. And the binder, you said that the binder contains the web history from the iPad. And what had you looked at with the MacBook? Also web history?
Yes, it's the Safari Web. It's just called a little different in Axiom, just how they name it.
Okay. And what did you find between the MacBook and the iPad web history?
So the web history for the iPad, other than numerous more YouTube videos, had the same searches that we saw that are in the MacBook.
Were you able to determine which device, the laptop, meaning the MacBook, or the iPad, the searches originated from?
Yes, I was.
How?
So initially, I had only looked at the iPad first and had believed that they possibly had come from that. By extracting the database from each device and then loading it into a SQLite browser, which is another program to just view the databases, I was able to see that the MacBook had a designation of 0, showing that it originated on the MacBook, whereas the iPad did not have that. It had an unknown source.
And what did that indicate to you?
That the MacBook, all of these searches that were done on the MacBook were native to that machine, not from another device coming over.
So what did that indicate that had happened with the iPad?
Well, that due to the Apple IDs being the same in both devices, the iPad during setup must have had the sync function on because it was able to sync the web history to the iPad, but not the iPad to the MacBook.
And what does sync mean?
Synchronize. Apple makes their products, so if you use the same Apple ID on your phone, your laptop, and your iPad, it shares all the information, so you're not constantly switching between devices.
If a user does not change the settings, the data can sync across devices that are signed in with the same Apple ID. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So if you look back at the big binder, that being Exhibit 79, and you look at like record 2365 on page 650. Thank you. It says,
What's the record number we're looking at?
2365, Your Honor. It says in the, I'm sorry, if you could go up, Ms. Gilman. Yeah, 2364, I should have said. In that URL, it says channel equals iPad underscore BM and source. What does that mean?
So it's reading that channel is iPad underscore BM. BM stands for bookmark or favorites. So it's that the Google search engine is a favorite in the iPad.
Does that show that the search originated on the iPad then?
No.
So why is that appearing?
I'm not 100% sure of how or why Apple codes it this way, but it's that the iPad and the MacBook are synced, so the iPad has Google as its saved bookmark search engine.
Thank you. You could take that down. Thank you very much. Did you forensically copy the iPhone 13 mini and iPhone SE pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
And these are Apple products?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And are you familiar with an iMessage?
Yes, I am.
And what is the difference between an iMessage and a text message?
So the iMessage is going from Apple device to Apple device, whereas a text message is going Apple device to an Android. You'll know this if you have an Apple phone, you get the blue messages. And if you send it to someone who doesn't have an Apple phone, you're getting the text box is green.
So what was the process that you followed to make a forensic copy of the phones?
The same as the iPad, plugged it into GrayKey, did the extraction, and then from there saved it to our server and would be able to load it up later into Sidebahhh to analyze it.
Same process.
That's exactly right.
Okay. And could you forensically copy both phones at the same time?
No, as I said, we only have one GrayKey machine, so we have to do one device at a time.
Okay. And then were you able to look at the device on a program like Sidebahhh?
Yes, that's what I use, Sidebahhh Physical Analyzer.
And had you previously viewed the data on the iPhone Mini 13?
I did a cursory look with Trooper Connor Keefe, but I didn't go deep into it.
Okay. And how had you accessed the iPhone 13 mini previously?
iPhone, the same way. It's through Great Key, downloaded it, and Celebrate Physical Analyzer to view it.
But had Mr. Walsh given that to police?
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And when was that?
January 6th or 7th? January 6th, I'm sorry, of
Okay.
2023.
And you had worked, you said, with Trooper Keefe on that?
That's correct.
All right. And did you have a password for that iPhone 13 mini?
Yes, we did.
And what was that password?
1975-12.
And were you able to determine a phone number for that iPhone 13 mini?
Yes, I was.
And do you know the phone number?
Yes.
And what is that phone number?
617-939-8646.
And what is the Apple ID for that phone?
So there were two listed, Diana_Walsh at Comcast.net, I believe, and then Brian R. Walsh at gmail.com.
So that's not the same as the MacBook and the iPad.
No, that's correct.
So what's the significance of that?
Well, that the phone wouldn't sync to those other two devices.
Did you examine the device to see if the iPhone mini 13 was used on January 1st and 2nd of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I pared it down by date and then looked at the device events.
And were you able to prepare a report?
Yes, I was.
And how did you prepare that report?
I exported the device events from the phone from Celebrate Physical Analyzer to PDF.
That's marked as Exhibit 81.
Any new objections?
No.
What's the item number on this one, since that's what I've been keeping track of these?
Oh, the item number on this one is five.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The extraction for item 5, the iPhone 13 mini, is now in evidence. It's Exhibit 81.
Your Honor, might Ms. Gilman display this?
She may.
Thank you. If you could just do the top columns. Thank you. Trooper, what is event type?
The event type is what the phone records, what it did. So shown here, device lock status.
What is value?
What happened with the phone. So showing, the first one is showing unlocked.
What is additional information?
If the phone recorded any additional information, how it was plugged in or anything, it would show in this column here.
What is AC charger? If you could go down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman. A little bit more. Keep going to AC charger. Thank you. What is AC charger?
So line 5 shows the charging method, and it shows that it was plugged into an AC wall charger.
What is that?
Like when you plug in at home to your alternating current in the wall.
Thank you. Sorry. What is USB port?
That's the charging method. It was plugged via USB port to charge the phone.
What is source?
The source is the location of where the information came from the device, like how it recorded it.
So there are two options, I believe. If we could see knowledge C and biome.
Yes, it's two different locations, how Apple stores data. Knowledge C is the main database. Biome is a secondary repository for the information.
And what is deleted?
If the event was deleted from the phone.
Going through the report, what event was associated with this device on January 1st, 2023 at 7:57 a.m.? And these are all converted UTC times, correct, for Eastern Standard Time?
That's correct. If you look, it says UTC -5 in the parentheses.
Thank you. So 7:57
Yes.
a.m. So that's device number 2?
Yes. So it shows 1 and 2 show the same items. 1 just shows the start time, 7:57 a.m. The device lock status, the phone was unlocked.
And how long was it unlocked?
Approximately 2 minutes.
And what time does the device become locked?
7:59:45 a.m.
And after the device becomes locked, what happens next to it?
8:09:12 a.m. on January 1st, it is plugged in.
And then what happened?
It recorded 2 charging things 2 seconds apart. And then after at 11:23 a.m., the device is unlocked again.
Okay, and then what happens?
It is then locked at 11:24:15.
And then what happens?
The device is 12:38:40. It's unlocked again on the first.
And then what happens?
And then it's locked again at 12:39:20 on the first.
And then does the phone get unlocked?
Yes, 12:45:20
And then what happens?
and locked again at 12:46:49.
And then what happens?
It is unplugged on the first at 1:42:02 p.m. and then unlocked on January 2nd at 2:25 p.m.
How can an iPhone be unlocked?
There's 2 ways, Face ID or by inputting the passcode.
Trooper, in addition to your digital forensics work on this case, did you transport evidence from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to the crime lab?
Yes, I did.
And generally, what did you pick up?
I believe there were 7 bags of rug, some metal tissue, and I believe hair.
And how large were those bags?
The bags of rug were like not as big as a lawn leaf bag, but a large brown bag, and the other ones were smaller.
And when was that?
January 11th of 2023
And where did you take those?
to the Maynard Crime Lab.
And what did you do when you arrived at the lab?
I turned them over to Crime Lab staff and filled out their intake paperwork.
And did you submit those for processing?
Yes, that's correct.
And you got a receipt for that you
Yes.
dropped those off?
Yes, they gave me a copy of the intake form.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think I'm going to stay here for a while so we get a good recording. I want to talk to you about this timeline, this date that you referred to. You applied for a warrant from 12/25 to January 8th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And when I said 12/25, of course, I meant 12/25/22, correct?
Yes, 2022.
And when you draft a warrant, you are the one that picks the dates, correct?
Depending on the investigation, it can be yes.
Okay. And you were asked that question, that you applied for the warrant and those were the dates that you requested.
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say, isn't it, that once you began an investigation in a case, and if you learn more information, there's nothing stopping you from going back to a court and applying for a further warrant, correct?
It would depend because the courts have shown that we need to have a specific time frame, so I would need some information to show why I would need to go back to write for an earlier time.
Okay, well, but if you have that further information, nothing stops you from going back to the court and asking for a different warrant that encompasses different time periods.
Yeah, I could.
Okay, now, One of the things is that you don't have any information to tell this jury about of any of the data on the MacBook that originated before December 25th of 2022.
Confused by your question, so sorry. Yeah.
The data that you're telling this jury about today, you've said it a couple of times now, it's limited to 12, 25, 22 through January 8th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that's the data you're talking to them about, correct?
Yes, I only viewed that information.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that you have the entire contents of the MacBook, don't you?
I do have the contents.
And how far in date does the content go back on the MacBook?
I have no idea. I didn't look.
Because you limited your warrant to 12, 25, 22.
That's correct.
So if you thought as an officer involved in an investigation that there might be some important information that predates 12, 25, 22, you have every right, and there's a procedure for you to go back to the court and explain to the court why you think there might be more information back before 12/25, and see if you could get a warrant to cover that earlier information.
If I had information showing that there was more, then I could, yes.
Okay, and you never did.
I don't believe I had any other information showing that I needed to.
And you didn't have any information that you thought it would be important to your investigation to go back before December 25th, did you?
For my role, that's correct.
Okay. So when we heard about, for instance, this Pornhub search that occurred on 12/27, remember that?
Yes, sir.
And we heard about some other Pornhub reviews, like Chattergate, correct?
That's correct.
And something about Miss Bell, correct?
About what?
Miss Bell?
I don't remember it off the top of my head.
I'm sorry, Miss B.
I still don't remember, but okay.
Okay. Do you remember seeing I apologize.
I don't have that book up here to see it.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Do you remember seeing also a reference in the very same data that you've told the jury about that talked about a movie called, or something called Slade, Dominant, Scarlet?
I would have to see it, but could I double check it?
Well, this pedestal doesn't work quite right.
I have my copy. If you want to just tell me the page, I can look. If that's
I do apologize. I'm going to give you the page in just a second.
Okay.
I don't know
What,
why.
8:32?
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
What was it? I'm sorry.
8:32.
Oh, record 832. I'm
Record
sorry. I thought you said
8:32. No, no,
832.
it's on page 227.
Thank you. All right. All right, I'm there. And yep.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Sure.
So now I want to focus your attention to record 831
Yes.
on page 226. Do you have that?
I do, sir. Thank you.
And it references something called Slade Dominant Scarlet Straps Cecilia. Right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you didn't testify about that to the jury today on direct examination.
No, I wasn't asked.
Morning. You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that when you look at these searches involving Pornhub, that in fact, there's a number of, and I keep referring to them to searches, but let me just ask this. There's a number of web pages that refer to what I'm going to characterize as pornography, correct?
It's about 10.
Right. And am I right to say that cheating wife reference, what's the entire title of the cheating wife reference?
Cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her. Scarlet Scandal, Seth Gamble, Erotica X, Pornhub.com.
Do you have any idea how that particular porn movie, whatever it is, do you know how it came about?
The only thing I say is that Pornhub was viewed and that video was selected.
Okay. You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that there is no specific search term for cheating wife, is there?
Well, it wasn't in a Google search. It was through Pornhub, so it doesn't record that.
Okay, so your answer is, I agree with you, or yes.
That there's no specific terms listed? That is correct. The video was there.
Because you've already told this jury, and they saw it in a number of examples, that when the user enters a particular search term, the user, that it's a particular word, and then there's generally a plus sign that attaches it to the next search term, correct?
Only in the Google search engine.
Okay. And with regards to this movie Cheating Wife, there is no indication that the term cheating or the term wife or anything else was used to get to that movie.
As I said, I can't view any terms that were put into Pornhub, so it only shows me that search query in Google.
And let me ask you this. In part of your investigation, did you ever go and view some of that movie?
No, I did not.
Okay. But you did testify that there were times, like for other searches, you went and followed the document and the links, and you reviewed the document.
That's correct.
But with regards to this movie, you have no idea what this movie is about, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know then, prior to December 25th of 2022, how many times, whoever was looking at the MacBook, how many times they frequented movies at Pornhub, did you?
I didn't look at any data prior to December 25th.
Okay. And you don't know how long this person that was looking at this movie, how long they viewed the movie, or if they viewed it at all.
I do. It shows me a time frame of 7 minutes.
Okay, 7 minutes. And how long is the movie?
I have no idea.
Well, someone started watching that movie, they watched it for 7 minutes, and that was the end of it. Is that your testimony?
That's correct. And then I went to that Slade Dominant Scarlet video.
Okay, and that Slay Scarlet, do you recognize the fact that there is some actress referred to with regards to the cheating wife thing that's also named Scarlet?
That's correct.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, that you have no idea as you sit here today whether the person who is looking at this Pornhub video, if they're trying to get access to movies that have perhaps their favorite actress or anything else of the sort, do you?
I don't know who this person is, so I have no idea.
So your answer is no.
That's correct. I don't know.
And quite frankly, Trooper, isn't it fair to say that when you open up some website like Pornhub, it comes open and it has all of these possible selections you can make?
I don't know, I'm not a peruser of Pornhub, but sure it has options.
So you have no idea what options were presented to the person that opened up this page, do you?
No, I don't.
But yet, it was important enough to include it in the data that you put into that binder?
With the information that we knew, yes.
Okay. And that information, let's just cut to the chase here, is because of the word cheating wife.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so just the fact that there was a phrase involving cheating wife, that to you was something that, okay, let's just include that in all this data and throw it out, correct?
No,
So you didn't take the time to look to see what the movie was about. I understand that, correct?
that's correct.
You didn't take the time to see if the actor in the other movie, Slay Dominant, whatever, was the same actress in the other one, right?
That's correct.
So you really just said, oh, I see the phrase cheating wife, and so I think that's important, so I'll include it in my data.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's a time.
I'll see you at the sidebar, side of the bench.
So, first, my apologies, because I'm afraid that my question is misleading. Go back. This binder that has been marked as an exhibit contains the entire contents of what you found on the MacBook between the dates of 12/25/22 and January 8th of 2023.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So when I suggested in my question that you, sir, selected certain things, that is completely wrong, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I should have used this word. You would agree that you were focused on, by the question, you were focused on the title cheating wife, correct?
Yes, I was asked that in direct.
Okay. But you were never focused on direct examination as to the other porn movie, the Slay Dominant or whatever the title is.
That's correct.
And since you decided not to go back prior to December 25th of 2022, you really can't tell this jury how many times and how many different movies were viewed on this MacBook porn.
It's not entirely true.
Because of the 12 visits?
That's correct. So I could look at visits and it could tell me Pornhub was visited. I'm just trying to look here to see how many times. And then it would also tell me, the video would also tell me how many visits. But I'm not sure if that's the entirety of the Spire history or just what I've collected.
Right. You're not sure if it's the entirety of what? Finish that sentence.
The web history that's in the device, yes.
So you just don't know.
That's correct. I didn't go back.
And can I just have a second, Judge?
Sure.
So I want to ask you now some questions about what you testified to on direct examination.
Okay.
Let's just start with the iPad Mini 13, device number 5. That's been marked as Exhibit 81. You told the jury about the events that you looked at, the event log that you created, correct?
Yeah, so it was an iPhone Mini 6, not a Mini 13. The phone was the Mini 13.
Okay. And well, you told us about Exhibit 81 being locked and unlocked, correct?
Yes, for the iPhone.
Okay. And you told us about how it could be locked or unlocked using either a password or face recognition.
Yes, that's correct.
And how long did it stay unlocked and then locked in the time period that you looked at?
I would have to see the report again, but I believe it's a couple minutes for each.
Okay. And did you ever determine what was being done on the phone during the time it was unlocked?
Again, I'd have to look at the Cellbrite report to see other activity or go through the timeline view to see what the phone was doing. I didn't do a full invest into the phone. Trooper Keefe did.
I see. So Trooper Keefe can tell us about that.
I think so.
All right. It's fair to say that using Cellbrite, this software you told us about, you can create reports that include certain information and exclude other information.
Yes.
And you can create reports, so to speak, with the Cellbrite software that are restricted by date, correct?
That's correct.
And you can do term searches, correct?
Yes.
Well, you can.
Well, I was thinking my question was going to be if you're doing like an entire phone search or you're just looking, say, messages or web history, because there's different places to search these terms. or whatever you're looking for, say a phone number or whatever.
Okay. So you can decide what information you want to look at using Celebrite, and then whatever information you're looking at, you can dictate what terms you think are important to search for, and then you can search for them.
Yes, if I had specified terms that I need to look for, yes.
And did you do a term search on the MacBook for instance, divorce?
No. For the MacBooks, I didn't do any term searches. I just did by timeline from what was allowed in the warrant.
Are you aware of the fact that, well, let me ask you this. On that MacBook that you told us about sometime, the reference to divorce and all the things we heard on direct examination, that only occurred on 12/27 of 2022. Is that fair to say?
I can only say what I've looked for from that time frame. If anything happened prior, I don't know.
But my question is, what you testified to, the references that you were asked multiple times on direct examination regarding divorce only occurred on 12/27.
That's correct from what I have.
And what was the time period for where all those searches you told us about, referencing divorce, what was the time period?
I don't remember the exact time. I believe it was around 11 o'clock in the morning, but I could be mistaken. I would have to look.
What was the time period that was encompassed that covered the entire divorce searches that you referenced on direct examination?
As I said, I don't know the exact time. I would have to look to see.
And what time did those divorce searches that you referenced in direct examination, what time did they occur?
Again, I'd have to look at the notes to see the exact date and times.
But you would agree they only occurred on 12/27?
I believe that's the when they all happened, yes.
And one of the searches that you told the jury about had to do with something like 10 best states.
I think it was 5, but yes, 5 best states.
Did you take the time to look at those documents that were referred to those searches?
I don't know if I looked at all of the divorce ones. I did look at some.
And you would agree that if someone were to be searching for divorce, they could be searching for the topic of divorce and how divorce might affect protection of family assets. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Could that?
Yes.
It could, yes.
And are you aware, Trooper, as you sit here today, that around that time of December 27th, are you aware of the fact that Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh were talking about the sale of one of their properties?
I did see Zillow searches in the MacBook for apartments in DC, I believe, but I didn't know anything about sales.
Okay, did you ever take the time to examine the phone that belonged to Brian Walsh?
Again,
Section has to form.
Is that?
Sustains, specify what you're talking about, counsel.
What are the phones that you examined that were associated to Brian Walsh?
As I said, I only did a cursory look through the iPhone 13 regarding the device events, and that was about it.
So would Trooper Keith know more about that?
Yes, he did most of the mapping. Yes, that's true.
So I guess my next question is, are you aware of text messages between Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh encompassing the dates of December 25th and December 30th of 2022?
No, there were none in the devices that I looked at.
So when you were asked questions about your review of the MacBook and references to the divorce on or around 12/27, you, as you sit here today, you have no idea what was going on in text messages between Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh.
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed some of the documents that were associated with the divorce searches. Did you see any documents that specifically reference what states were more beneficial when it comes to fees and the timing for judgment nisi and things like that in the context of a divorce?
Unless it was listed on the webpage, I didn't see any specific searches for that itself.
And did you, as you sit here today, do you recall reading any documents associated with those divorce searches that had to do with protecting assets of family?
No, I looked at these years ago. I haven't looked at them since.
Those searches that you were asked about on direct examination coming from the macro and the data that you extracted, the many searches that had to do with Chase, you recall those questions?
The Chase Bank?
Yes.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that by looking at the data you based your direct testimony on, you cannot tell at all what specific data was being reviewed.
Again, if I can see the websites listed, sometimes it'll say you're in the accounts dashboard. It could list out, but again, I'd have to see exactly what you're describing.
Cooper, I guess the reason I'm asking, let me ask you this way. Okay. You investigate a case, correct?
Yes.
You're charged with looking at data like this, and you use specialized forensic tools to look at the data, correct?
Yes.
And you're trained to look at the data and try to interpret what the data is, correct?
Yes.
And then you share that information, don't you, with the Commonwealth, correct?
Correct.
And so now you were brought in here as a witness, and you were just asked questions about all of these searches that occurred regarding Chase, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony then today that the Commonwealth never sat down with you and said, tell us what you can tell us about what's being looked at on those Chase searches?
I wasn't asked to explain every Chase website to them.
But were you asked a simple question? Can you tell us what the person actually viewed with regards to a Chase account?
Again, if I see the data, I can explain it, but I can't say everything.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
And I'm not.
Yeah. Well, I don't understand your question then.
Well, have you sat down with the Commonwealth in the context of this specific case and those Chase searches and tried to explain to them what it is as the digital expert in the case, what was being viewed on the Chase accounts?
Just that Chase had been, the website for the Chase account had been visited.
And that's it.
That's correct.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, Trooper Greeno, that when someone enters specific search terms, then the browser or the search engine that they're using will generate a number of results, correct?
Yes.
And then the user can click on some of those results or bypass some of those results and just go to some other results.
That's correct.
And when you would agree with me then that when search results appear they can lead the viewer, the user, to then follow that link and go someplace else, correct?
It's going to be based on the search term, and then it can send you to something similar, but not exactly what you wrote.
And is that what you told the jury about redirect?
That's correct.
And so when a user gets redirected to some other website or something, that's not at the, that's not a result of the user saying, I want to be redirected. That is the software doing it on its own.
Well, the user would have to click on the web page for it to open for them to see it.
Right, but to be redirected, it's the algorithm or whatever's going on that directs the user to some other website.
Again, but it's going to be similar terms to what that were written. It's not like they type in, basketball and they get sent to, something about space.
Oh. Maybe it's me. I'm not asking. I'm saying someone types in particular search terms, and then the software, the browser, then generates search results.
That's correct.
And at times, the browser and the software redirects the user to something that it thinks, hey, maybe this is what is relevant to what you're looking at.
Yes, that's correct.
And I know that it doesn't talk to the user, but you understand that.
Yes.
And you saw instances of that in your review of the data in the map.
Yes, I don't know the exact number, but there's a handful that I saw.
And Trooper Garino, when someone is doing a search for something like how to dispose of a body, did you follow that link to the result of that specific query?
Don't know if that specific one, but I did go to many of the ones that were listed.
And so as you sit here today, can you tell the jury then that if you were to put in that particular query, how to dispose of a body, that the results would include things like cemetery names or other things like that?
Well, it would constantly change. So if I did it now, the results would be nothing like they were 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay, and that wasn't my question.
Yeah.
That's fine. Let me ask it again. That if someone was in your specific search terms like how to dispose of a body, the results could simply be, here, take the body to a cemetery, something like that.
Again, I would have to search it to see. I can't say
So you
definitively.
didn't do that.
For that specific one, no.
And so it's fair to say that when someone is using specific search terms, sometimes you have to add additional terms to get information that might be more helpful to what you're asking about.
So like adding more words? Is that what you're saying? That could be, yes.
So it could be the fact that to get more specific information about, for instance, how to dispose of a body, you would then have to add another search term like murder to get more specific information that you might be looking for.
I can't say.
So you didn't try that either. In your context of your investigation in this case.
Again, this was years ago that I did this, so I have no recollection of it.
But you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that just in a general context, whether we're talking about terms like murder or any other term, sometimes to get more search results, you have to add more terms.
Again, I can't say for certain.
So You would agree, wouldn't you, that your review of the MacBook data that you extracted, that all of these dark search queries that you were asked specifically on direct examination, that they all occurred only after 4:52 a.m. on January 1st, 2023?
That I was able to see, yes.
When you say able to see,
Well, I didn't have anything going back prior to the 25th, so I only have what was limited via the search warrant, but everything was from the 1st to about, I believe, the 4th.
but we've already been through this.
Yeah.
Let me ask you again. If you wanted to see if there was searches conducted on this MacBook where someone is trying to figure out how to dispose of a body before January 1st of 2023, and you thought that was important to your investigation, once again, you could have gone back and applied for a warrant to see if there were, right?
Well, I'd have to show probable cause for the warrant to show why I would need to go back further than the 25th that I've already written for.
So you had no probable cause then to go back to the court and say, I have reason to believe that someone might have been trying to learn how to dispose of a body prior to January 1st of 2023 at 4:52 in the morning.
Objection.
Overruled.
That's correct.
In fact, in all of your examination of the data that you did look at, the data that you chose to limit to 12/25 to January 8th, you saw nothing in the data dating back to 12/25 that indicated any searches that were relevant to how to dispose of a body.
That's correct.
You saw no searches about anything about DNA or anything of the sort.
That's correct.
You saw no searches about how to get rid of blood.
Yes.
You saw no searches about how to use hydrogen peroxide to clean up.
Yes.
Yes, meaning you didn't see any.
Yes, that's correct. I didn't see any.
But you would agree then, just try to end this particular topic, that if you had what you've referred to this jury here, probable cause that thinks someone had tried to plan murder, you could have gone and applied for a warrant to see if there was data on that map.
Objection.
Sustained.
In your review of the MacBook digital data, did you see anything indicating a search for a man named William Festa?
Yes. Was that on? I believe so.
Do you recall when that search was?
I don't. I believe it was prior to January 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
So you have no recollection as you sit here today that you had a discussion with the Commonwealth about searches specific to William Festa?
Oh, that's correct.
By the way, I understand that these exhibits, these bindings, sometimes they're referred to as reports, but it's a report generated by Sidebahhh, correct?
That's correct. Or Axiom.
Or Axiom.
Yeah.
And regarding a report, you never wrote any report summarizing what it was that you found on the map.
That's correct. I take it directly from the software. That way I don't make any mistakes from transcribing it from one to another.
And is it fair to say that this binder that you have there on the shelf. It's 1,034 pages long.
I believe so.
And it contains many, many entries referred to as records, correct?
Yes.
How many records?
I can tell you in a second.
Mm-hmm.
3,677.
Out of those 3,677 records created in the Sidebahhh report, can you tell the jury how many of those records are relevant to your investigation specific to this case?
The exact number of the records? No, I couldn't.
Can you give us an estimate?
No.
You would agree, wouldn't you, Trooper, that it's a very relatively small amount of those records, those over 3,000 records, that have any relevance to the point of the investigation of this case?
No.
Well, then how many records do apply to the investigation of this case?
No. Again, I'd just be guessing, but I think a good portion.
And what's a good portion?
I don't know. I don't have a specific number.
I got it.
Counsel, see at the side of the bench.
Are you sure?
I understand somebody needs an unscheduled break and the day is getting long, just at the 3:30 hour. We've done a lot of work today, so I'll let you, of course, use the facilities, but I'm also going to send you on your way for the day and we'll be back ready to work. Weather, I know you guys aren't watching, you're not listening to the news media, so the weather looks like nothing better, as my would say. Safe travels home. Before I leave you, I want to remind you, jurors, don't do any research about this case. Continue to be vigilant about not listening to any news media, any social media. Talk to anyone, don't do any research about the case. Continue to have open minds. With those mornings, you're ready to come home for the night. I appreciate your work. We'll see you back. We're ready to work in the morning.
All right, everyone, please. Close your notebooks.
please be seated. To shut off their water consumption at about 1:45 to make sure we make it through the 2-hour afternoon. I'm joking. List. Does anyone need to raise anything with me this afternoon before we suspend?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so Colin will tell me who's on the agenda for tomorrow. We'll finish up with this
So,
trooper, and where are we going from there?
so we will have keepers of the records from Uber, Lyft, and JetBlue. We would have Sergeant Reardon from Cohasset PD, who is a K-9 officer. William Foley from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Michael Kenyon from Swampscott PD. Maybe A.B. Waterman from the Massachusetts State Police. And then I'm trying to determine if we're going to have, based on witnesses' availability, is it going to be Connor Keefe, Davis Gould, and Heather Sullivan. I've been calling her Sutherland for about 2 months now. I apologize. So my hope is that in the next 20 minutes, I'll be able to email council and let them know what that lineup will be.
All right.
But I think that would take us easily over a day to accomplish Sullivan, Gould, and Keefe. The others, I think, are very quick, and we can get through pretty easily.
So it is actually more important that you're talking to each other than you're telling me what's going on. And I appreciate your continuing efforts to do that and to.
We can look at the clerk, too.
Oh, I know. She just saved me from some of the messages. Anyway, it's more important that you're talking to each other.
Yes, Your Honor.
Keeping me informed as I need to be. Anyway, everybody all set?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good night, everyone.
All rise.